Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick.
Hello.
Hello.
How's everybody?
Great.
Just fantastic.
Yeah, I'm great. I'm
Wow,
fine.
John, what's going on?
Just fantastic.
Raise your hand if your
John.
team won this weekend.
Oh,
Yeah!
I have two hands up.
As the only person who never has done this bit this year, it's
What?
nice to have a bunch of front runners. But
Dude,
the
the
yeah, Connor,
Panthers? Are you kidding me?
your team got the better of mine.
The
I
Dolphins
decided to-
won
I
the
was-
worst
turn
football game
everything
ever
over.
played.
So that was the kind of game where it's like, you know,
It sucked.
I'm-
It sucked.
I'm
It was a horrible
watching and
football
I'm like, I'm halfway a Panthers fan. And then and then it's happening. I'm like, they're about to beat the best team in the NFL.
And so then are you an actual Panthers fan?
I think so.
You've gone
Let's
full
go,
Panther?
Maybe I'll order a
Panthers.
quarter zip or
God,
something.
You know, it's made from bits
Gross.
of real Panther.
I don't
Just
know.
gross.
I love
You never go full Panther.
it's just the unexpected joy that you get,
Wow.
you know? And
Congratulations.
thank you, John.
I'm
I
happy for
appreciate
you.
that.
I
Job,
hate
Happer.
everybody and everything. So there you go.
I was
I
sad,
hate
John. I
everyone.
wanted the
So
Rams
this is
to
a
win.
perfect day. This is a perfect day for me to be on today.
I wanted
Now
the Rams
everyone's
to
going to
win.
get my hate. Everybody's going to get my hate. It's going to be great.
Yeah. I wonder if John has anything to say about Nicole Auerbach's tweet.
Oh, has he tweeted
Oh,
about it?
that was some incompetence at a very high level. I assume you're talking about the one where she thought Miami deserves to be in the.
That's right.
Oh yeah, that's some grade A incompetence right there.
Yeah.
You might say it's horse crap.
I would.
Oh,
I would definitely
horse
say.
crap call.
That's an
Wow.
absolutely horse crap call.
It's been
Yeah.
1 week since horse crap.
It's been.
Since
wow.
since the horse
Yes.
crappedness.
The world was
Yes.
different a week ago.
Think of all the things that have changed in the last week.
Snow.
Snow. I was not mentally prepared for how
No.
much I hate this already arriving.
Well, neither was the city of Lincoln apparently because
Yeah, I've seen some tweets.
They don't
it's
own
like
any
it's
snowplows.
like yeah, we need Zambonis here, not
For-
snowplows.
For the first time, the city of Omaha did it right. Paige and I, when we were leaving
Way to
Friday
go.
morning, we saw them putting the salt on the road.
The brine.
And Paige said, "Oh, looks like they're prepping for the snow." And I said, "No, because whenever Omaha puts salt down, it never snows. It snowed this time.
Wow, Nick Fact.
They did it right.
Nick Fact strikes again.
It never snows when
Oh, look
Omaha
at
tries
this.
to prep the roads.
It makes a difference when the mayor actually lives in the town they mayor.
My dad has that Cowboys hoodie.
A dear friend of mine just sent me this.
Homage.
So
A great
You
company.
should buy this.
Isn't it homage?
Carolina Panthers.
Is it homage or is it homage?
Hoodie.
Homage?
Homage? Homage?
It's homage.
Homage?
Hummus?
Homage.
All
Wow,
right.
they also have a shirt that says Tommy want wingy. Maybe I want that.
my God. Happer was going to get a Panthers hoodie, and now he's going to get a Tommy Boy t-shirt.
Incredible.
They do 2 for 1s. It's Cyber Monday after all.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Mm.
That's good stuff right there.
Mm.
John, I don't think
Well,
you
I
know
did-
about
I-
this.
About Cyber Monday, I honestly did not.
No, I don't know if I told you. Did I tell you about Twitter? That I got an email from them last night?
No.
Did I tell this?
Oh,
No.
Twitter has emailed me.
Yeah.
And you know what they said?
we found your burner account, your permaban.
They basically, yes, Nick.
Oh!
Well, not the burner part, but they told me essentially, go to hell.
So you're done.
We will never respond to you again. I will read you the email
Do you think,
from.
do you
first
think
of all,
Elon
Hold on.
did that
This is,
personally?
this is some
By the way,
serious
I
stuff.
have
I
a
knew
theory.
I knew you were in trouble when so the day we both got suspended.
Clipped, yeah.
The day we both got suspended, you said, "Are you still using TweetDeck?" to me, and I said,
Yeah.
"No, they scared me straight." and you said, I'm still using it. I don't care.
You
Yeah,
think they
that
would
was kinda your
term
nail.
a ban for that, though?
I think so.
It's against their
So
TOS.
here's what they
2
said.
strikes and you're out.
See, it's not in the rules. I've read the rules 100 times.
You've read all the terms of service?
I've read the rules because they keep sending me to this link. Here are the rules. And there's nothing in there about using third-party websites. So anyway, here's what it says. Hello.
Sue Twitter.
Your account was suspended due to multiple or repeat violations of the X rules. And then it links it. This account will not be restored. This case will now be closed and replies will not be monitored. Thanks.
Wow,
It's
it's
toast.
over.
It's gone.
Wow.
Now,
So they told you broke the rules, but they won't tell you.
They won't
and
tell
they'll
me
give you
what
a
rule.
link
Yeah.
to the rules, but they won't tell you it's
correct.
Article A, Paragraph 1, Subsection B.
You should
of
I just
the
want to know the
X
one thing.
code.
Yeah, you should sue him. You got Twitter.
Actually, you know what you should do? You should say, what if now a real person emailed you this?
No,
or
that was
okay,
just X.
you should
Twitter.
it was Grok.
get in contact with somebody and say, I will do Twitter Pro or whatever it is.
I will pay.
I will do
If you give it-
$11.99 a
If
month.
you give it back to
Yes.
me. Wow. So they just want my $12.
I'm sure they would give in.
Is that how much it is?
I think it's around there. Yeah.
What the hell do you get for $12? I mean, you don't get free movies like you do on Peacock.
Get like
You get
nice
Twitter
reference.
features that they put behind a paywall that you used to have for free.
So
Correct,
Like
Nick.
what? Like what am I
you
missing?
get there's like lesser ads.
Also,
and-
your tweets get to be seen more. They
Yeah, if
they
you
show
can-
press
you can be
accounts
a
that don't have
you can
it.
be in
Oh.
the replies of people. Now,
Cool.
so they say I broke the rules, and among the rules are lying. Essentially, could the university?
Did you lie?
Well, some people a few weeks ago said that I was not telling the truth about something.
Oh,
Do
I
we
don't think
think?
Wait a
that's
minute.
true.
But wait a minute. It was true.
Well, yes, I would agree with you, John, and I would agree with what I said.
but it wasn't true at the time
Do
that
we-
it came out, was
Do
it?
we think it's just the tweet deck, or could somebody have said this man is a liar?
You think somebody put out a hit
Yeah,
on your
but-
Twitter account?
I don't know.
Rule calling.
I'm just people are asking questions. People are asking questions.
Yeah, but
For the record, I don't think that's
He is chronically online.
very online.
the problem with that is there would have been more sanction against Husker Max, because that's the place where the story was. You just aggregated it on your
Twitter
Twitter.
hates outside links. Have you ever tried to send an outside link through Twitter DMs and then it fails like the first 2 times?
No.
Really?
No.
I feel like that happens to me all the time. I try to send like a Reddit link
I
or
send-
an outside news source link. and
send
it's like,
John-
nope.
I
It
used-
usually works.
I used to send John links all the time.
Hmm.
Now I have to text or email.
text
sucks.
me. Text
So today
me.
I just started using our Unsportsmanlike conduct account to send John messages.
Incredible.
So
horrible.
that's how I will now.
You're
message.
You're going to
tweeting-
get the USC account banned.
I'm not doing
Yeah,
anything.
that's
I don't have
probably
any
true.
takes from
I
it.
have no. Well, I did the other day. I think I did one take. Oh, I did about the Cowboys when I said that America should root for the Cowboys against the Eagles and the Chiefs. Otherwise, I haven't said anything.
You also said, or somebody
No,
said.
that's John. You can tell it's John because he puts the little
he
logos
does.
on there.
He actually.
Yeah, you can tell it's John.
Yeah.
I don't tweet from there anymore.
But great recall, John, on that tweet about Rule and the profiteering off of negativity and despair. Nice job.
Yeah, well, looks like we're going to be profiting a lot here for a while.
I'm pretty negative. I don't have much despair.
People have said
It's not
that.
really
Negative
despair.
boys.
It's
Boys,
just kind of
boys, boys.
resigned to the fact that they weren't good
Oh, they were bad
against a very, very manageable schedule.
Look at the board. Look at all those predictions
That's why you got banned from Twitter, because you
for
were the
being
only one that got.
right.
I would argue
Yeah.
that you were still optimistic because 7-5 is, that doesn't sound so bad. But 7-5 and getting 40 put up on you by Iowa,
I still
that's a
called it.
lot
You
worse.
can't say that I'm wrong.
Now,
and I nailed it.
I think you were wrong.
I nailed it. I'm the only person who said 7-5. All
40,
you
40.
other homers.
Did
out
you
there.
predict that Nebraska would lose to Iowa by 24 points?
No, I said they'd lose 6-5.
Well, it was worse than that. Then.
Didn't Nick have Nebraska winning or losing by 10 points or more?
I had 9-3.
He had
Who-
9-3.
What did you have, John? Like 18-10 or
18
something?
to 16 or something like that.
Okay, never mind. So
Awesome.
none of us were anywhere near it. God.
No.
No.
In
In
fact,
fact,
when I landed,
said
when
it
the
was
plane
wrong.
landed on Friday, and I saw it was,
Yeah, what was it when you landed?
what was it? Iowa just
24-16?
scored to make it
Or was it
17.
17-16.
17-13, because then Iowa,
that's right. Yeah, yeah.
and Nebraska would
made
get
a
the field goal.
Yeah.
So when I saw that, I was like, geez, what has happened here? This is ridiculous.
They had
lot
the
of
over
points.
in the first half. Hit the over
It
in
was
the first half.
crazy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then I listened on the way home, and they proceeded to kick Nebraska's butt the whole time I was listening.
What did the non-targeting sound like on the radio?
Well,
yeah.
there was a lot of questioning as to why it wasn't reviewed, and
That was very strange. They showed it from so many angles. We thought that they were reviewing it as we watched it inside.
It turns out they were just in a break, and they were just trying to entertain us with their replays.
I did notice that the Iowa account did tweet out their video of it, and were celebrating it as if it were, like just a normal everyday guy getting blown up type deal.
Just to play.
Yeah, just to play. Now, similar to horse crap, that probably didn't determine it probably didn't determine the outcome of the game, but yeah, it did seem a little inconsistent.
Was very strange.
Very strange.
Yeah, that was targeting, but that's okay. I mean,
but that's okay, says hater of Nebraska.
Well, because they
Connor
just
Happen.
unraveled after that.
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about the fact? I mean,
It would have unraveled.
Well,
at some point.
the fact that he basically fumbled twice in a row. I know the first one
three
wouldn't have
times in 2
counted.
plays.
It wouldn't have counted, if it hadn't been for the penalty. But then to have them, I understand why they had him kick it again, because you did have bad field position.
Yeah, they would have had it at the 10.
But man,
yeah,
it's almost as if Iowa's got some voodoo hex or something, because all of a sudden the not John Butler. Wow,
he's
Speak ill
gone.
of the dead.
Wow.
He's gone.
Wow.
R.I.P.
Wow.
The spaz boy,
Mike Eckler.
Jeez.
Spaz boy.
Well, he is. He's kind of a spaz. Mike Eckler special teams all of a sudden went from, they could be a difference maker to, it looks like the same as the last.
They were, to be fair, they were a difference maker.
They made a difference.
Archie had a couple of questionable punts.
Archie
had mostly questionable.
the whole
Yeah.
season turned into mostly
There was a guy
questionable.
sitting behind us where on his last punt, they're like, Archie, try kicking it the other direction.
Well,
Oh my God.
He punts it in the right direction usually, just not very far.
Yeah,
was always
no,
short.
it was very short.
Mhm.
Yeah, I saw a stat today about that. In fact, I was going to ask Michael about it when he comes on.
Severe.
He was second from the bottom in net punting.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, he was
In the Big Ten.
Yeah, it was like high 30s, right?
Where is it? I had it
Odds
on
and
here.
Archie was good.
And there was and there
Out of
wasn't-
131 FBS punters with 10 or more punts, Archie Wilson ends the year ranked 116th in net punting, second lowest in the Big Ten.
Well, how many times did he have to punt this season?
a pretty normal
A
amount.
normal
Was it a
amount.
normal amount? Okay.
Yeah, what were you saying? It was like more or less?
No, I was saying if it was less, that would probably affect.
No, it was a
right?
normal amount of punts.
Yeah, pretty.
It felt kind of
routine.
normal. Let me look here. Punting.
Oh, were we in the questionable timeout tracker? How did that shake
Yeah,
out?
we were way short of almost everybody, I think.
Ah,
yeah.
I don't even think we got to 12, which was the lowest on the board. I'll
Tough.
check.
I thought I had less than that.
It was so
Really?
fun watching Happer make that graphic on Friday. We
So
watched the whole damn
Oh
game
wow!
together.
You know what,
guys.
Nick, I stand corrected. It was a fewer number of punts than we have seen in recent years.
By a Nebraska punter or by punchers?
If we
in
go
life?
back to the last 5 full seasons, so we're not counting 2020.
Okay.
Nebraska between William Prisdup, remember William
Oh,
man,
yeah.
Prisdup, and Daniel Cherney had 48 punts.
And how many
In
did he have?
2022, Nebraska had 70 punts.
That offense sucked. It was either
20
Trey Palmer down there somewhere or punch.
I bet they had probably even more in 23.
2023, no,
Oh.
58 punts.
because they turned the ball over.
Oh yeah, thank you, Jeff Sims.
They
Last
remember they were
year-
minus 17 turnover margin.
Last year, and I forgot that Dylan had a couple of pooch kicks in there as well.
Oh yeah, against Rutgers.
51 punts,
And,
and this year 32.
Wow.
So quite a bit lower than what we've seen.
they did move the ball fairly well this year.
and they did
just-
go for it on fourth down all the time.
They just didn't score.
they love going
Yeah.
for it on fourth down.
Yeah.
So according to Mike,
Here's a
ahead.
question for you. Would Nebraska be better off punting on 4th and 2 from the Michigan 5?
Oh, excellent. I mean, it would have resulted in Michigan getting the ball, just like going for it did.
Yeah, that's true.
How about the play?
I mean, you could have got. I mean, you could have just chipped it over and landed it out of bounds at the 1.
That's true. That'd been awesome.
that would have been a hell of an. I mean, that's one hell of a chip shot
Well,
right there,
'cause
because
it-
you're already like 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and you're like, I'm
Right.
going to try to aim for out of bounds.
So
at
if the
1.
line of scrimmage is the 5, you're standing at the 15
Mhm.
and punting. I bet you could angle it out. I bet you
Think
could
the refs would get it right though.
you could probably dribble it over into the corner.
just like launch it at a player's face. Why don't they just do that?
You can do that too.
Yeah,
Why
they
do they even
could.
kick it? Why don't they
Usually
just
that-
carry it and throw it over?
Well,
Usually
then
that's a block
pass.
punt.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Nick. It's not a
I wonder
backwards
what
pass
I
if
wonder
it's
what the
forwards.
modern record is for closest to the end zone a team has punted.
Oh my god.
I mean, Nebraska punted on 4th and goal that one time against Virginia Tech.
They did,
Yeah.
but I mean they were like back at what, the 30 something.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know
What
what like.
Alex Henry? Why didn't they just kick it?
they punted at 4th and goal.
Yeah, because they
Yeah, they-
got pushed.
Well,
back.
they had a penalty,
I'll
and
see
then
if I
they
can
had
find the
another
drive chart
penalty.
for you,
and
Nick.
then-
Yeah, I wonder what it would just be for Nebraska. Like, what's the closest to the goal line they've
Stumanji.
ever punted from?
Come on, help us out there, friend.
It's got to be probably inside the 35 by a hair. Maybe like
Probably.
maybe like the 33 or something like that. This is like in the modern era.
It's probably like that Northwestern game where they had the walk-on guy come in and make the field goal.
Oh yeah, Lane McCallum.
Lane McCallum, he barely made it from like 23 yards out.
So
or
if
whatever
if the line of scrimmage is the 33, that makes it a 40 set. That makes it a 50-yard field goal.
Or if you're at the what? The
33?
Yeah, it's
it
about
was. You have the
50 or so.
33, yeah, about a 50.
So they when they
51
punted
field
it,
I
they
can't
were at,
remember a time that they would turn down a 50-yard field goal to punt.
so they did. They were at the 37. Now it would have been 54, 55, but Alex Henry made the 57-yard against Colorado the year before. Was it windy in Blacksburg that day?
I don't
Probably.
recall.
They just kicked the damn field goal.
I mean, it was September.
He sent it out of the end zone like it's a touchback. That's so dumb.
Your net gain
It was
was
17 yards.
17
It
yards.
was first and goal, and then they get pushed
Yikes.
backwards. And then Nick, they lost that game by 1 point.
That sounds
Pathetic.
more
They
like
get
one of those
pushed back
things
so
that Bo
far.
did just because he was
Idiot.
so
They're
mad at everything.
They're
Because
morons.
wasn't that the same series where who was the tight end who caught it in the back of the end zone, but he didn't complete? It looked like it might have been a touchdown, but he kind of didn't complete the process.
Mm.
Kind of similar to Megatron. Who
Would
was
it,
that
would
tight
this
end?
have been Ben Cotton that year?
Ben Cotton.
Ben
Could have
Cotton was at the bottom of the pile when they were grabbing his junk in the Texas A&M game.
of that pile. Yeah, he was. Oh, they were squeezing it. Hey, what's this comment? Kenneth writes, is the Michigan news legit? What's the Michigan news? Have you
What's
seen
the
anything?
Michigan news?
What's
I don't
going
know.
on? What's happening with Michigan? Did they fire Sharon Moore?
What's the Michigan?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Did he go? Did
I
he
don't
go
see any
join the
news.
Hare Krishnas too?
Nice. John, excellent reference. Holy crap. That stuff is so weird.
I don't see anything pointing to any Michigan news.
Oh,
Connor Stallion says Michigan State football made best hire of this cycle
is that true?
from imlive.com. I
Mm.
don't know what that is.
Hulk Hogan's widow denies Ric Flair's claim that street drugs killed Hulk Hogan.
Mm.
Was that that?
Oh, here it is. It looks like there is on the message boards, the Michigan message boards, Michigan's football program, and this is from a message board. I'm not reporting.
Is
Not
this their
reporting.
version of? Is this from Michigan Newsmax?
Tell
No.
the truth, Josh.
This is looks like on 3. Michigan's football program appears to be orchestrating a coup to push out Sharon
Oh
Moore.
my god!
Let's go,
How
baby.
does that work?
Well,
A coup?
I'm not going to read the rest of the comment.
well, you know,
but if-
violent overthrow.
I'm the quarterback and I want to be the coach now.
so it sounds like from the message board, they are implying some off the field shenanigans.
cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting you say that because, man, if you got to just the right place in the For You tab, you got to hear a lot about Lane Kiffin's off the field.
Yes, you
exploits.
did.
Oh, really? I haven't seen any of this.
Oh, the
Oh, yeah.
Snapchats and the text messages and
wow.
all that stuff. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Apparently
yeah.
he just
Now all
liked
the tea.
texting people.
Now all the tea gets spilled after the man who made the tea decided to leave for Louisiana.
Jordan says Michigan Jan 6.
It is Jan 6 in December.
Oh man, that reminds me. We're coming on Jan 6.
Bronson
Summerfest.
Jan 6.
Yeah,
The
very, very
Jan
soon.
6 Summerfest.
Wow,
This-
that's gonna
You gonna
be-
make that poster?
Sean, move your phone. It is loud when it vibrates. Holy
Well,
crap.
I can't.
Just set it on your lap. the whole
Bronson
show.
Jan
Not
6. Wear summer attire. There's only 5 people invited, and we've all accepted.
But no, the whole company now is
That's
invited,
right.
That's
apparently.
true.
That's right.
Josh.
How has this happened? What? Why are you blaming me?
I think it's your fault.
it's not my fault. It is.
It's not John Carlo's fault.
Also, there's no fault here, Nick. We are excited to include our coworkers.
Of course we are.
Or our coworkers cooing us.
Do they
You mean
even know
cooed.
about this? Have
They-
they-
I can't
Jan 6ing
believe-
I
us.
doubt.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna Jan 6 our Jan 6?
We're Jan 6 Jan 6 Summerfest.
Yeah, Jan
yeah.
6, Jan 6.
Wow.
So if this is a coup, who's leading it? Is it Biff Poggi?
Yeah, either
Great
that or
question.
maybe it's John U. Bacon, John. Maybe he wants to write a new
Oh,
book.
John F. Sausage. Yes, everyone's favorite Michigan guy.
Uh-huh.
I forgot about John Sausage.
Mhm.
John F. Sausage. Yeah, Michigan's the best. They're the best. Nothing ever weird happens here.
Nope, nothing does.
Totally normal. By the way, Lane Kiffin's press conference is in like an hour. It's so funny. He's just there. He's just the coach now.
Isn't it wild? Like the goal of sports, in theory, is to win, is to get to a point where you can win a championship. And he is now bailing on his team with a chance to win. Like, I don't think they would have.
No.
They went 11-1, the greatest season of all time. And the odds will actually say he probably won't win a title. It is not, even though LSU does win a lot of national championships with morons. Man,
It's so funny.
what a
Wow, Nick
strange.
Saban's no moron.
I was talking about the other two, John.
How do
Friend
you-
of the Grum.
Dude, Les Miles was awesome. You watch it, buddy.
Yeah, it's my bad.
So we're talking about coaches.
What a great Kansas coach.
Oh my gosh.
We're talking
He
about
was good.
coaches and how there's no weird coaches or
What?
something about not. Anyway, how do we think Pat Fitzgerald is going to do at Michigan State?
I
Wow,
have
Nick,
no
don't
idea.
spoil topics during the crossover.
Topic alert.
You're just throwing, yeah, that's a topic.
I mean, we got a fired defensive coordinator for crying out loud.
I
We're
figured
already
we'd-
skipping ahead to Pat Fitzgerald.
Yeah,
I figured
come on,
we'd
man.
talk about the DC most of the day.
Well, see, that's a sneaky good move by Rule. Now we're not talking about the Iowa loss as much.
I
Good job by
know.
him.
Wow, he
Yeah.
sacrificed him just for that.
He was like, look, the narrative
40 points.
is going to run away. We got to get out ahead of this. Butler, you're gone.
50 yards. Nothing
You
to
know
be
what?
proud of, Russ.
What we forget is that the mighty Nebraska offense only managed, 26 points in the last two games? Is that right?
Ugh,
What was the
disgusting.
score?
Yikes.
10 and
Is that right?
16.
10
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
16.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that usually doesn't get it done either.
No,
So-
it does not. To answer your question, Nick, I don't think he's going to do very good.
I think it'd be like
He wasn't very good at
average
Northwestern
best.
at the end.
No, he was bad.
He was horrible.
He's about to bring Shrek and car washes to Michigan State.
Mhm.
I brought this up in the morning crossover. Speaking of coaches and how they
Another
will
crossover.
do. Yes, I do 2 crossovers a day.
What a life you lead.
You guys should
Yeah.
get used to it.
Yeah.
Hot
coffees.
Did you see the Scott Frost graphic of him looking like an old man?
Hobo? Yeah.
He looks like a character on
No.
Death by Lightning.
Where do
the
I see
Netflix
this?
show that I'm very much enjoying.
Just
it was. I think it was
Twitter
Yahoo.
search Scott Frost. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
Yahoo graphic.
Honestly, Nick, if you search Scott Frost president, you will probably, because a lot of people are like, "Wow, he's aging like a president
Yeah.
during war times." Yeah.
I googled Scott Frost president, and it gave me a name of a dude who's the president of Heritage Pool Supply
I'd
Group.
say do like Twitter. Go
yeah,
on-
yeah. You got to go on Twitter.
Go to
Yeah.
Twitter, not Google.
Go to Twitter.
Oh,
while you
Austin
still
says
have
it's
it.
available at Happer Show.
There you go.
That's
Check
where I'm
out
going.
at Happer Show. Give me the clicks.
Nice. We love clicks.
Speaking of the timeout tracker, by the way, I believe
Yeah.
my records are correct. Matt Rule, when afforded 24 timeouts in his final 3 games, used but 8.
Oh my god!
and none in the second half against both Penn State and Iowa.
They got smashed in both of them. So
Yikes! You don't need to call timeout. What are you
Yeah.
going to do? Call timeout to say we're getting killed here, boys? Go back out there on the field and
And
get
so
run over again.
every single guess came in high.
Whoa!
Um,
So who? Nick was the closest.
Nick was the closest to 12.
Yikes!
Wow.
Matt McMaster way off.
And-
21.
Admittedly, our guesses were all a little high.
yeah.
Even
Yeah,
at
but
the
I thought
start.
the guesses
Oh wait, it
were.
includes the bowl
for-
game though, Happer. We got another game to go.
Yeah, but
Oh crap! Yeah, this isn't 24 timeouts. This is only 18 timeouts.
Still time.
Okay, 8
Wow,
out of
Nick-
18.
Nick, you might win. If they take 4 timeouts, Nick is going to hit it on
That's
the
a-
dot.
I thought we were guessing the number of questionable.
We did
timeouts.
both.
Yeah, John, you had 18 total and 2 questionable.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
2 questionable, which he definitely surpassed that. He had 2 in the UCLA game.
How did he
Wow.
age so much in what, a year? He didn't look like this at the beginning of the season.
Matt Rule,
when he grows his beard out, he does. 'Cause
Scott
it's all
Frost.
it's because he's blonde and then it's white.
and then you chewed the tobacco and you instantly start looking like an old timey.
I just don't remember that many wrinkles.
Wow.
You know?
He's a father of several now.
Hey, we don't talk about his family.
Whoa! Don't talk about the family.
What?
By the way, Bill
Well,
has
just pretend I live in Florida.
Bill has followed up with the other Michigan rumor. I think this is the other one that Underwood is leaving for LSU.
Nice.
Bryce Underwood,
Eh,
that guy stinks.
mid.
Yeah.
More like Bryce under mid.
Sure. Why not? He's
He
not
can't
very
really
good.
throw.
He can't throw.
I mean, like he can throw it really hard.
Oh, he can throw.
he's like a rich man's
Yeah.
Heinrich Harburg.
he has no touch. He lacks the touch.
Zero touch.
Dude, just
absolutely.
ripping that thing.
He does throw it way too hard.
Cannons.
Yeah.
all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Good luck.
So
That said, I mean, Chambliss was a D2 guy, and Lane Kiffin led him to the college football playoffs. So who knows what he could do with Bryce Underwood, a guy
That's
that
true.
talented.
That's true. I didn't think Jaden Daniels was any good until he showed up at LSU.
Yeah, that guy won a Heisman and now is hurt.
Yeah.
What if Dylan ends up at LSU?
Oh, there you go.
It's not an Adidas school, John.
Does it have to be?
Yes.
I mean, does it? People break contracts all the time. They don't care.
I guess so.
Dylan Raiola shows up at LSU and like is a true dual threat quarterback and runs for 800 yards.
That
next
would be
year.
triggering.
That'd be
to
hilarious.
A lot of people.
What if they become an Adidas school because of Dylan? He brings them there.
That would be
that could
a
happen.
short-sighted move by
It's like in
LSU.
racing, how a sponsor sponsors a driver, so then when they move to another team, they take that sponsor with them.
Is
I mean,
that how it works?
that'd be a hell of a move for a 1-year rental at quarterback, but yeah.
Yeah.
Penn State is switching to Adidas, I heard, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on with them?
Yeah. Do they have a coach? No.
Sataki?
Is that the rumor?
That's the latest one.
rumor.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Can we call him Mr. Mushroom?
Were they going?
Hey, it's only $15 million. That's the buyout, right, Matt? All right. You know, what if you made that call?
Honestly, a week ago, I would have said, get out of here. Now, I don't know. Maybe.
Dude, I went to the message boards last night just to see if there was any rumors or anything. Man, that place hates Pat Kraft. Oh my gosh. They despise this man.
Well,
at what point are they going to relieve him of his duty?
We are into Steve Peterson solo
Been a
territory.
long time.
Well, it's been a while. Jeez.
Can you imagine after
It's been more
Trev-
than 40 days.
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah. Can you remember after Trev fired Frost, if we would have gotten to the Monday after the final week of the year, if we would have had no answers, people would have been ready to run him out of town.
Yeah.
So that's what it's like for Penn State.
They announced it right after the Iowa game. We knew before the Iowa game, right? Last year?
I believe we knew
or-
going. We had a strong feeling, I think, the morning of the Iowa game, and then
Right.
they announced it, and then there was the
Okay.
official announcement on the Saturday.
Got it. Yeah. If they would have gone one more day,
Oh my gosh,
It would have been
yeah,
trouble.
even getting to Sunday, let alone to Monday.
there was a brief moment
Monday?
of panic at Michigan State. They were like, what? I didn't ask to get involved in this coaching
And there was
section,
like-
but they just got Pat Fitzgerald.
Like both announcements happened at the same
I
time.
know,
That was
super odd.
weird.
Yeah.
So they'd obviously been talking to him for a while.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's been a weird coaching cycle already.
Very.
It really went from 0 to 60.
Mm-hmm.
Well, who's Penn State going to get? Is it really? Are they really going to hire Kalani Sataki?
I mean, so
That just doesn't seem like it would fit.
And no, it doesn't. No, it does not at all,
I don't know.
John.
yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, hard-nosed guy coaches them up.
Yeah.
You know,
Maybe,
Is
but
he a Mormon?
that's who you go get after you fire a guy who's, again, Penn State put themselves in a bad spot.
it's Kalani
by-
Sataki, Penn State's Mike Riley, where the people are going to be like, he did more with less.
Huh. Sharon Moore might need a new place to coach.
Yeah, they won't hire that guy.
No.
That would be hilarious if they did, though. Maybe that's the rumors in Michigan.
Congratulations to Penn State. You were about to take a step
He
back
and
in the
Ernest
program.
Hausman are going to start a Jehovah's Witnesses sect in Happy Valley.
But then who would Michigan hire?
Harbaugh.
Which
Great.
Big
John
Ten,
Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh.
Or
Now
Mike
that would be
Tomlin.
funny.
which Big Ten team is going to fill the Penn State vacuum?
In what way?
Well, I mean, Penn State was always pretty up there, right?
Oh,
The
well,
Big Ten.
there is a team, and they are Oregon.
Mm.
Oregon has already filled the vacuum.
/.
Whack.
Indiana.
Yeah, and they do it. Yeah,
I think
and
Indiana's filled the vacuum.
Yeah, they're doing it even better than them.
Mm.
And let's see what happens with USC next year. Though apparently there's more scuttlebutt that he's trying to get out of USC.
He's always trying to get out of
That
wherever
guy
he
hates
is.
his life. He just
Yeah.
enjoy things, man.
He keeps making horrible briskets.
He was making horrible briskets. I forgot about that.
briskets.
Wow. What an odd time.
Yes, it is.
I love the
Very.
carousel.
The carousel and everything else.
I did like scrolling about Ernest Hausman on Saturday night too. That
yeah,
was a good
that
time.
was
That was bizarre.
Uh-huh.
that.
Very bizarre.
the
I
responses
hope we
were
don't find out
hilarious.
something terrible has happened.
I have no idea what's going on there, but the Michigan people seem very concerned
Yes.
in a variety of different ways.
Yeah. It's one thing to start a podcast. Everyone has started a podcast.
That's
It's
what I
another-
said.
It's another to operate like he has.
Yeah,
apparently.
somebody called into the show today and they were like, I'm a Husker fan, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I started a podcast. I kind of gave up on it. I was like, I know. I know. I know how it goes. It's okay. You wouldn't be the first person.
No. Most
You got to
podcasts-
do it over and over and over and over again.
The average podcast only lasts 6 months,
Really?
which is honestly longer than I would have expected.
I've done this podcast for years.
That's true.
This is a podcast.
A live
right?
podcast.
Mhm.
that airs on the
Years
radio.
and years and years and years and years.
Stib says 3BL for life.
Yeah, 3BL would have survived had I not moved.
Had you not changed jobs? Well, no, you guys stopped before that.
Nah.
'Cause you weren't talking anymore or whatever.
What?
Oh,
No, I moved, and that's when it ended.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I
It
think.
ended a little before that.
And then he moved, and then
everybody moved.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, exactly. Everybody moved.
Hodson just yells longer than Schick and Nick.
That's right. Put it on. Hang the banner.
remember Odson's movie podcast?
Oh, yeah. The one with Happer?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a great podcast.
It
Nick,
was.
are you still doing Formula Tuesday?
Formula Friday every
Formula
Wednesday,
Wednesday.
at
Yeah.
8 p.m.
All
Yeah.
right. Awesome.
That's because the season won't end.
It's done on Sunday.
Have
John.
you skipped any
Wow.
weeks?
No.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
you even
skipped
did one
like
on
2 years.
Wednesday, the other Wednesday?
Yeah, we started late because I worked a bit late, but yeah, we still did it.
Baton. Did you bring the baton to the podcast?
Of course.
And
Wow.
so do you not do episodes in the off season?
No, we are.
All right.
A lot of Formula One podcasts don't, so I want to set ourselves apart by just still doing off-season.
This is
stuff.
how you get to the top of the Formula One podcast game.
Yeah, it really is. Why wouldn't they keep doing it?
I thought
Maybe
the
I'll
shtick
still
was
know.
to call it
Lazy.
Formula Friday, but do it on a Wednesday.
There's that, which obviously sets them apart.
Two shticks in one,
It's a multi-shtick show.
apparently.
It's real cerebral.
Two great shticks that shtick
Do you
great
guys-
together.
Do you guys do bits?
Yeah, we got a few bits.
Oh,
Like what? Give us a bit.
Well, give us a bit. Famously, everything's more funny when you explain it like this. So
Uh-huh.
you know the
Funnier.
cinema meme?
Yeah.
Uh,
Absolute cinema.
Lewis made a version of that where he photoshopped my face onto it because we always talk about how basically we don't know how next season is going to be because there's going to be new regulations, completely new cars, and nobody knows what's going to happen. So whenever we're like, oh, this team should do well next year, we have to start. It's like new regs, doesn't matter.
it's like college football.
Yeah.
They just keep redoing it
I don't
every
understand
year.
how they have new cars every year. That's a dumb.
It's not every year.
Well, it's basically college football. Let's redo the playoff next year.
That's true. That's
What's-
a good point.
What's going to happen in this year's playoff if they just redo the entire thing next year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's coming. You know it's coming.
It
Theo
is.
writes, highly recommend Nick's podcast, and then a fist emoji.
Oh, thank
Theo
you, Theo.
listens to every podcast, so you have to take his word seriously. Seriously, I don't know anyone who listens to more podcasts.
Yeah, I thought I listened to a lot of podcasts.
Theo loves podcasts.
he does.
Does he
He's-
show up in your live chat sometimes?
I haven't seen him.
Oh, Theo, what are you doing, man?
I
We
was
need to
kind
get
of
Nick's
expecting
subscribers
Theo to
up.
tell us what was happening to Ernie Hausman.
We he probably knows. We need to get Nick's numbers up so then he can turn supers on, and then you could have super chats.
Oh.
How fun would that be, Nick? We love super chats.
We got a bunch
We
of
already
off-season
know that
topics
Formula
lined up,
One
too.
fans pay too much for what they get. So
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
true.
Nick, you got to glom some of that money from the Formula One people.
hey, look, I've got this tiny little view of this one corner. I paid $10,000.
Wow. Look at these great thumbnails.
It's a
I just
damn
subscribed
good
to it, Nick, because I now have YouTube, whatever it's called, premium or whatever.
Yeah.
The Adless Life, but on a different one of my emails. And so I just realized I hadn't subscribed yet.
Oh, well,
Thank
that's
you.
why you got banned from Twitter. You went and got YouTube Premium. They
It's
found out
nice.
about it.
It's really nice. I like the no ads.
I saw a bunch of people in Vegas. I took a picture of an F1 couple that there was like a display in the
Like
in
a
the
Disney
hotel
couple.
in the casino, and they were in there and they couldn't speak English, and they somehow communicated to me that they wanted me to take a picture of them. Like,
Would you like
giving-
to see a picture?
basically? And I took a picture of them, and I didn't know where they were from. I didn't ask any questions, but they were foreign.
You didn't ask any questions.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They
Should
didn't-
you ask questions if you're taking somebody's picture?
And they're not from here and don't speak your language,
Yeah, I guess I would. My first question is usually, "So where are you from?"
but then they wouldn't be able to answer.
That's true.
Did you at
yeah.
least like wave, like
Yeah,
or like
I-
thumbs up?
I
like,
gave it the
"Ah."
phone, like I kind of did the thing, like, "Hey, is this good or not?" Like, kind of check it out.
Yeah.
And
landscape
Yeah.
or up and down?
They were like-
Landscape or
they're
up
like,
and
very
down?
good. Yeah, I did one of each.
That is awesome.
I always do one. Of
You are a
each.
professional.
That is
photographer.
professional.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Good job by you.
Nicely done. You couldn't tell what they were by the language they spoke. You couldn't tell what language.
I could. They didn't speak a lot.
Maybe they're
Oh,
mimes.
they just grunted. Maybe they're from Gruntyville.
Oh, that's where Otson's from.
Frontville.
Grunt the slate.
They just held out the phone. And went, "Arr, arr, arr."
Mm,
They seem very nice. They seem very nice.
Good.
Awesome.
There's a lot of displays, a lot of cars just sitting out randomly.
There were.
I like cars.
I'm okay with them.
Are you happy you're back home? That we're all back home?
I am. For the long cold
Soon we'll
winter.
all be here in the studio again together.
Maybe, John.
Maybe not.
Someday John will come back home.
Probably not.
What
What happened, John?
The
It's
same day
snowy?
Lincoln
Long,
will
cold
invest in
winter,
a
baby.
snowplow. One singular snowplow for the whole
Mm.
city. That's all it
You
takes.
know, our roads are easy peasy.
Yeah, roads are
Yeah.
fine.
Like the neighborhoods kind of suck, but all the main
Honestly,
roads
if
are solid.
you drove in Omaha today, you would think it snowed weeks ago, and it's just been really cold sitting here the
Mhm.
entire time because the roads were
Again.
totally cleared.
Shout out to mayor who lives here. Thank you.
New mayor is awesome.
It
Mr.
makes a
Ewing.
difference when you
Mr.
when your
Mayor,
mayor
friend
actually
of-
lives in the city they mayor.
He joined me and McMaster on the College World Series show. We
Oh.
talked about the mayor
Clearing
like
snow.
You know what, John? That might have come up. I think we did talk about roads. I
Nice.
think
I
Matt
imagine
asked
so.
him about like people. People always want to know what's going on with the roads. I think I could be wrong.
I mean, that's fair. The roads
I would have
here
given the
suck.
mayor an opportunity to gloat about how many more snowplows he has than Lincoln.
They're whooping ass.
Garbage town with no snowplows.
Lincoln is a podunk town.
It's a
The
tough look.
podunk people.
It's a tough look for
No
the state
offense, John.
capital. The state capital should have all the
I mean, I
snowplows.
can't argue.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I'm out scooping and I saw you hear that sound where it just and I'm like, where is that coming from? And I look, we got an uphill incline that comes up to our house, and I saw the top of the FedEx truck. Could not get up the hill. It was like, oh,
It sounds like Bob Dylan singing, John.
It did.
I saw-
And then he stopped and delivered Bob Dylan CDs.
I saw the electric Amazon trucks in our neighborhood the other day. I'm like, geez.
How are they doing?
Getting through. Those things are apparently better than I thought they
They're
were.
grinding. They're grinding.
Shout out to Rivian.
Whoever they are.
That's the brand that makes the Amazon vehicles.
Oh, Amazon doesn't make their own vehicles?
No, Rivian does.
That'd be cool if Amazon made their own.
I thought that they did.
I figured they did.
Yeah. Yeah. Get it prime delivery.
that they wouldn't have to deliver them.
Yes, that's true.
Maybe
What happened to
Amazon delivers their own vehicles to Amazon
What
from
happened-
Rivian.
What happened to the Amazon drones that were just supposed to start dive bombing you with stuff you buy?
I don't know.
Did that end up happening?
Tiny Mike.
Tiny Mike?
We love Tiny Mikes.
So wait, is this a Nick fact about the Rivians?
I don't know.
No, if you drive next to them, you see Rivian branding, and they look exactly like a Rivian.
Otson says you could buy a Ford on Amazon now. Is that true?
I could buy a whole car on there.
All right, now I got to go check this out. Can I get prime delivery on a vehicle? Ford vehicle. All right, let's see.
Those trucks are pretty cool though. They really don't make any noise and they're gigantic.
Yeah, they're very quiet. Wee.
Yeah.
All
They
right.
all sound like Bob Dylan.
Didn't you?
I'm delivering a package to you. How does it feel
Nice.
to get your new sweater?
It's only 2 days late.
The most expensive item when you search Ford vehicle is a cover for a Ford car.
Mm.
That's $550. That's
Wow.
a ripoff. I'll just put a sheet over it.
Just
I
a
would
bed
never.
sheet.
I would never
You
have,
have a sheet that large?
Nah, I guess not.
I would never have a significant, like, super significant purchase delivered to me.
Never
Yeah.
mind. Odson has sent me a link. Here we go. A Hyundai for $56,000
Off Amazon.
Yeah, there you go.
What kind is it? Oh, it's a Santa Fe or Palisade.
56 grand.
Oh, that's nice. Good
It
automobile.
does
It's
not.
a fine automobile.
It does not
Except
say.
when the engine blows up because it's a Hyundai.
Wow, car payment $600.
You gotta try the family truckster.
Nice. Yeah, look at all these vehicles. All right. Nope, maybe I'll buy a car on the internet.
I'm just glad we blew past that part where Josh was talking about putting a white sheet over his car.
No, I just said sheet, John. I didn't say what color it was.
It feels
Well, most
inefficient.
sheets
that,
are white. I mean,
It feels inefficient that you cut the 2 holes in that sheet, though. If it's meant to cover
No.
your car.
I wouldn't do that ever.
My wife stayed up late making all these for us.
Great reference by you, Nick. Oh, and now a text. All Josh's sheets have eye holes cut out. No, they don't. I am anti-racist. Deal with it, Nick.
But you didn't say anything about your car.
Well, I mean, yeah, as Jordan points out, Josh putting a white sheet over his German car.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Tough look. But I paid it off. I like having a car that I paid off.
What's weird is the gas mileage got better after you did that.
Hey,
All right. Well,
that's the crossover.
yep. We'll end on that. The under hits
Wow, it does.
Designated Hitler.
Dang.
brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. We will remember the John Butler era. Whoa. On a very special Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on 1620 The Zone.
Remaining mostly cloudy and cold for your Monday afternoon, with the high today in Omaha of 23, though feeling like the teens. Winds remain light out of the southwest up to 10 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy, very cold, a low near 8 degrees by Tuesday morning. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
Is your furnace older than the internet? Is it older than the moon landing? Marilyn Monroe? If so, Skradsky Heating and Cooling wants to see it. If you've got the oldest working furnace in the Omaha metro area, Skradsky will replace it for free. And if it's not the oldest, no worries. You'll still get 10% off a new furnace just for entering. Snap a photo of your vintage furnace and submit it at heatomaha.com. You'll find all the rules and eligibility details there. Skradsky Heating and Cooling, family owned and operated since 1951.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, the off season got started a little early today, so we've got that to react to.
Yep.
And the game, and a long off season.
And where's the bowl gonna be?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Detroit.
No, it's not gonna be in Detroit.
New York City.
It's not gonna be in New
If
York
there
City.
ever was a team that might deserve Detroit or New York City, it might be this one.
Wow.
Well, they did get run off the field the last two games.
They got their fannies waxed, John.
Yeah, they did. Well, wherever that bowl's going to be, it's going to feature a Phil Snow defense.
The snow is not done.
Snow.
Oh man, it's too bad Game of Thrones is done.
Yeah,
that reference would have hit
what was her
really
name?
hard.
What was her name?
Egret.
Egret.
Uh-huh.
We need Egret. You know nothing, Phil Snow.
Oh,
Wow.
but Hot D's going to come back soon, and then they're working on that other spinoff.
But there's not snow on
soon, as in what,
Yeah.
2027?
Yeah, can't wait for that.
Welcome. It's brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. The it is us. We are it.
Hello.
It, the grum, the program. It's a Monday. And yeah. I guess maybe I should have expected that, stuff was going to start happening.
I mean, if
as
you're gonna
early as
do it,
today.
if you're gonna make a move, you might as well just get to it, right? Like, why waste any time?
Yeah,
Why
I
waste any
suppose.
time?
Rip off the Band-Aid, as they say.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Rip off the Band-Aid and just
A
be
Band-Aid.
done. Band-Aid.
Not the
I
Band-Aid.
have to apologize.
It's
I have
illegal.
The sniffles. I have the sniffles.
Sniffly John.
It was I think Vegas was sick town. There were many people.
Duh,
wearing
that's what
masks.
Vegas is known for. It's debauchery, and you leave sick.
Every time I have left from Vegas, I've been sick. And then Happer doesn't wash his hands and he's fine.
Yep.
That's not fair.
Yeah, maybe you need to stop doing so many things like that, Nick.
Hmm.
You worry too much. Maybe if you just went through life without a care in the world, you'd be just fine like Happer.
Stop washing my hands in Las Vegas.
Exactly. Maybe that's what's going on here.
I don't remember overwashing my hands in Las Vegas.
I wash my
Maybe.
hands at the proper amount when I'm in Las Vegas. The
Yeah.
proper amount. After
Just
I
kind of-
urinate and poop.
Yeah.
And before and after dinner.
The Grum Down is brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Picking up the pieces. And isn't it ironic for a team that didn't get many? Butler sacked.
Yeah, they were not good at getting to the quarterback this year, were they, John?
Yeah, that's not being talked about enough, I don't think. This was the team that was supposed to be, we're going to be sleek and we're going to be fast, like one of them F1 cars. We're going to get to the quarterback. And yet the leading sacker on the team had, 2.5 sacks? I was
2.5 sacks and I believe 5 hurries.
Yeah, I was listening to Michael yesterday. Yeah, Williams Winery led the team in sacks with 2.5. That's almost impossible.
And I think he had 5 hurries on the whole season too, and that was also the team
I mean,
high.
just
That
going
is
back
ridiculous.
through
Or pressures.
history.
Wow.
2016, who led the team in sacks? Go.
2016? I don't know.
I'll give you a hint.
Malik
Lots
Collins.
of consonants.
Consonants. I don't remember. Who was on it in 2016?
Ross Dezuris.
Oh, Dezurik. Dezuris?
Dezuris.
Dezuris?
It's got to be your bull.
Dezuris. It's got to be your bull. Yeah, 5.5.
Okay.
2017. Now, this one was
That
pretty
defense
close.
sucked. I was going to say probably leader had like 3.5.
Very good. Ben Stilley had 3.5.
Yikes.
2018, Luke Gifford.
I think they had a few more. I'll go 6.5.
5.5. 2019, Khalil Davis.
4.5.
8.
Whoa.
2020.
They only
the
played 8
leader
games.
in sacks in 2020, a year where they only played 8 games, still had more than the leader in 2025.
4.
And his name was Will Honus with 3.
Will Honus. I forgot about that man.
2021, Garrett Nelson, 5.
Wow.
2022, Garrett Nelson, 5.5. Congrats, you win a prize.
You get a prize.
2023, Jamari Butler, 5.5. And last year, T.Y. Robinson with 7.
Wow.
And yet in 2025, Williams Winery wins the sack title. I mean, if they actually gave out a prize at the end of the season banquet,
give him a
for the
paper
sack title,
for that garbage.
It's just a potato sack, but
that would be so sad.
It'd be
two potatoes that have the eyes growing out of them.
Oh no, it's a sickly potato.
You ever done that thing where you've already taken out the trash, but then you notice that someone has already thrown a couple of soup cans in the trash, and you're like,
soup from my family.
I want to. So you just take it outside and you dump the stuff from the kitchen garbage into the main garbage, so it's gone with the rest of the trash.
You're saying your kids are putting crap in there before you can replace it with a new bag?
No. I'm saying you've already replaced the bag.
Oh,
but
I see.
Because they haven't come to pick up the main trash yet. You're like,
yes.
oh, it's
I've
just
done
sitting
that.
here, and then you're left with a soiled bag. That's what you get for winning with a 2.5 sacks. You get a soiled bag.
Yeah, indeed.
Is spinning wheels progress or regression?
Are we going to talk about McLaren and Lando's championship winning race?
Are we going to talk about
Sunday?
farts and poop? No, we're talking Husker football here,
But he
bro.
said spinning wheels.
That's
F1 cars have wheels.
It's a turn of expression.
And they spin.
Yeah.
Turn of
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
Oh,
will join us.
Nice get, Nick.
Thanks.
The Lane train is calling Baton Rouge.
Choo-choo. I got some takes.
I'm sure you do.
I don't have a place to give them anymore.
Congrats
except for
anymore.
Blue Sky.
Congrats, by the way.
Yeah, because no one watching you there.
Oh, on predictions?
Yeah.
I can't believe that I won that one and nobody else followed me for that one. That was pretty wild.
I thought about it, but I wanted to hedge.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nebraska and Creighton
Colorado?
volleyball, not Colorado. Nebraska Creighton volleyball on opposite paths.
Mm.
It was upset Sunday in the NFL. We've
And
got soft
Thursday.
and firm.
Fins up.
Oh, crap. We do have soft and firm. I got some stuff.
Oh, there's a lot of soft.
Yeah,
and maybe some firm.
Run defense, defense.
It's
the whole
Michael
football
Severe
team.
Monday and
Everything.
playoff posture.
Nebraska.
A lot of stuff brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. So Friday, well, obviously the story of today is, if you've missed it, Nebraska right now is sans a defensive coordinator, or at least a full-time offensive
You mean the
coordinator.
distraction of the day?
They have let go of John Butler, who it was reported earlier today by Sean Callahan, and I noticed that others immediately cited Mr. Callahan, as most people do when people break stories of, people either being fired or maybe being re-signed.
Interesting.
Though I noticed that didn't happen with another story that came a few weeks
Sean's
ago.
story to tell, apparently.
I guess it was, but Matt Rule putting out a statement that he will not be retained, he being John Butler. Phil Snow, you know nothing, Phil Snow, will serve as the interim coordinator for the bowl game, and we will work towards naming a new defensive coordinator for the 2026 season in the coming weeks. So the first shoe has dropped after what was a very, very rough end to the season. Some might say, well, at least for the modern times, unprecedented.
Well, Sam McEwen had some numbers, some dispiriting numbers in his rewind that went up yesterday.
Good word.
Penn State, thank you, Nick. Penn State and Iowa, 10 combined trips inside of Nebraska's 20-yard line, a.k.a. the red zone. They scored 9 touchdowns. Meanwhile, and this is an offensive stat for just a moment, Nebraska had 9 trips inside of their opponent's 20 over the last 2 games. They scored 2 touchdowns. Why did they win, or why did they lose, and why did they lose by so many points? I would point to that. They allowed 26 rushing touchdowns in the regular season, the most since 2018.
Ooh.
2018. And every time, this stat blew my mind, John. Again, this is Sam McEwen, who joined Happer earlier. Every time a Big Ten team reached the red zone against Nebraska, they scored. 28 trips, 28 scores. 22 of those trips resulted in touchdowns.
That's a really high percent.
Is this the worst red zone?
I mean, 100%
team?
scoring and 78.6% in terms of touchdowns is terrible. Last in the Big Ten, 128th nationally. The defense regressed. Some of us, John and I, saw regression coming. I don't think either of us or any of us saw this happening, though, where they could not stop the run. And by the end of the year, they They struggled against the pass in the last 2 games. Because again, they couldn't stop the run, and so they tried to defend the run, and then suddenly you can throw all over on them. It was terrible.
We're not just talking Big Ten games either. Even if you throw in the non-conference games, Nebraska allowed scores on 30 of 31 red zone drives this year by all teams.
Do you know the team that wasn't able to finish the job? Can you?
Yeah.
Who was it? So it would have been Houston Christian or
Akron? It was Akron.
Akron.
Yeah. It was Akron. Because remember, Houston Christian scored from outside of the red zone. They got the long touchdown catch.
Whoa.
Akron, that was a blowout, wasn't it?
So Nebraska's red zone defensive scoring percentage was 96.77.
Whoa.
Their touchdown percentage, again, this is all games, was 77.4.
That is last, by the way. The touchdown percentage was literally last in the entire country. Last in the whole country, John. And they were second to last in terms of scoring percentage. Only one team was worse this year. That was Rice. 37 times opponents got inside their red zone. 37 times they scored, and 28 of those were touchdowns.
Now, it's interesting because there's one team that's down there with Nebraska.
That's good.
UCLA. Or I'm sorry, not UCLA.
Oregon. Holy crap.
Oregon has given up touchdowns on 75% of red zone
It's just
drives.
that they don't have a whole lot of attempts. John, they are tied for
attempts.
4th best in the country in terms of allowing only 24 red zone opportunities. So in terms of the drive rate, their defense is kick ass. But if you can get down there, you can score on the Ducks.
I'm sure them having a better offense helps a lot too.
Oregon?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they can score.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Dave
only
Fight
one other team had a worse scoring percentage in the red zone, and that's Rice. Rice has given up 37 out of 37 scores in the red zone, but it was fewer touchdowns than Nebraska. It's just, I guess you didn't realize how bad it was, but it really was that
You know
bad.
why, John? You know why? Because maybe the offensive red zone issues kind of masked over it at times, where we're watching them move the ball really well and then unable to finish drives. And so a lot of the blame was, what's going on in the red zone? Why do they keep going for it on 4th down? Meanwhile, on the other side, and a large portion of this, too, was the last 2 weeks that this happened, that Penn State and Iowa move the ball, and so it juiced these numbers even more. Fight Rights, remember the days of Matt Rule always has a good defensive line? I do. That was like 3 months ago. 3 months ago, people were saying that.
That was the defense, wasn't it? Sure. Of hiring Butler was, well, I know he hasn't been a defensive coordinator in a decade, but he's from the NFL. The defensive backs really like him. And Matt Rule just won't have a bad run defense.
Well, so much for that.
Now you have, because it's the 3rd most rushing touchdowns allowed in the last decade.
Wow.
Only surpassed by the abysmal 2017 and 2018 Husker teams. And it's the 3rd most yards per carry allowed, also behind 27 and 2018.
Hey, real quick.
It sandwiches right in there between 2 of Scott Frost's worst teams, 17 and 19.
Is 17 the yards per carry? That's lower. Is that supposed to be?
Oh, that's right. Never mind.
Is that supposed to be 5.4?
Did I miss? Let me look here. I got my spreadsheet.
Have to imagine 2017.
I may have mistyped there, but let me double check. That's 2017.
I'm going to guess that number was actually 5.4 and not 4.5, because that rushing defense was a sieve all year long. In 2017.
Oh, yeah, it should be a 5 in front of that.
Yeah.
So it should be 5.56.
Yeah.
So 2017 is the worst. It should read 5.56, not 4.56. That's why it was just a mistype. But yeah, and when you consider, I mean, look at what's that. This is, again, all numbers from the last decade. Look at the 2 defenses that are at the bottom of the list, otherwise meaning their best run defenses.
Last 2 years.
The previous 2 years.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Sub 3 yards a carry in 2023, and it bumped up a little to 3.37 yards per carry in 2024. And then it skyrockets this year by 1.5 yards per carry.
Yeah.
To one of the worst run defenses Nebraska's seen in a decade.
Geez, who hired that guy? Man, like, John, I don't want this to turn into I told you so radio for 4 hours, because, like, we also got stuff wrong throughout the year. But golly, man, this was one of the most obvious points of discussion for 9 months leading up to the start of the season. Was that there was going to be regression.
Yes.
And that was the guy you're going to go with, that John Butler. And like it, I mean, look, it's one thing to fire a coach after a season. He will not be the first. There will be other coaches that are not retained going into 2026. To do so after a year, that just shows like we made a huge mistake. That is what they are admitting today. We made a massive mistake. And at least they're trying to fix it. But golly, man, this was one of the most predictable things that would happen. And I'm not the first to say this. Where was the defense from 23 and 24, but in particular 2023? They were flying around. Where's that defense been? I mean, it's obvious that they changed leadership. But remember a couple years ago with a bunch of the same dudes from 2022 and how active they were and how good at tackling they were.
Yep.
They were good at tackling front and back end of the entire defense.
Yes, they were.
And that the only reason that team went 5-7 was because of the defense. And they had their own issues, right? They weren't able to get off the field enough on third downs. They would always love more takeaways and more sacks, more splash plays in general. But good Lord, this defense, and in particular what happened over the last month, it was such a problem. It was so obvious that it was such a problem.
I mean, honestly, and I tried, but maybe I didn't try hard enough. But everyone kept saying, but look at that pass defense, look at that pass defense, to which I would say it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If teams, why would you go up against a strong part of a team
when you can go
when there's an obvious
weak
weakness that you can exploit?
Yeah.
And that weakness is stopping the run. Why would you play into a team's strengths when you can play into what a team does worst?
Yeah.
And so I know the passing defensive numbers were great, but it doesn't matter. You still have to stop teams. Look at the red zone numbers.
Yeah.
I can't believe how bad they were all season long. It did not matter. It didn't have to be a Big Ten team. It didn't have to be a top end Big Ten team. Not that Nebraska played a lot of those this year. But once teams got in the red zone, you might as well have just stood aside and said, here's the end zone. Just there you go. Just walk on in.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what they were.
Yeah.
They were an absolute sieve.
Yeah.
402-951-1620 if you want to hit us up on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Don't forget, go to 1620thezone.com, register to win that Prairie Flower Casino gift card that we give away weekly. You can tweet at us, John at 1620thezone.com. Well, that's the email. The tweet, because Josh doesn't have one anymore.
Nope.
I guess technically you are tweeting at Josh when you tweet at USC 1620.
Yeah, I still see it.
Because
hit me up on Blue Sky. That's where I'm chatting these days. I'm going to put up a screenshot right now of Nebraska's god-awful red zone numbers.
And then Josh will skeet at you.
Yep, exactly. I get people responding to me over there, clicking on my column. Click away, please.
Our Blue Sky feed is sponsored by nobody because nobody's on
It's
Blue
the
Sky.
J-Tech Construction Zone.
But the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620 and the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. We will discuss, as John Butler is no longer here, about whether or not this season was actually a regression, not a progression, on 1620 The Zone.
Over your money.
Blue Collar Boxing coming back to the Metro Friday, December 12th. Local union members will face off in the ring for charity. Proceeds benefit the Nebraska Center for Workforce Development and Education and United Way of the Midlands. Listen to the Happer Show this week for a chance to win a pair of tickets into the event. More details are online at 1620thezone.com. If there is one thing that has irritated me a little in the days following the loss to Iowa, because I put out a series of tweets, including one that is our poll question of the day. In fact, I haven't looked at it recently. Our poll question on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. How does 7-5 in 2025 versus a Big Ten schedule that was one of the easiest in the conference feel to you? 52% said stuck in the mud. 36% said like a step back. 12% said like a little progress. And I noticed there's been some pushback, and I got quite a few comments. And it's when you have a long weekend, we haven't been on the air since Wednesday, or at least I haven't been on the air since Wednesday. You had a chance to interact with folks, and I did plenty of interaction this weekend. But there seemed to be this sentiment of, well, it wasn't that easy a schedule. Now remember, I'm saying a Big Ten schedule, right?
Sure.
From a Big Ten perspective, comparing Nebraska's Big Ten schedule to all of the other teams and who they got paired up with in this godforsakenly large conference, Nebraska had one of the easiest schedules out there. Did you know that now that Ohio State will play Indiana this week, that there is only one team in the 18-team Big Ten Conference that will have played 0 games against any of the top 3 presumed playoff teams, Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon. Only one.
Would that be your Nebraska Cornhuskers, John?
That would be correct.
Whoa. Yeah, how about this
That
stat?
would be correct. And yes, while Michigan was still in the conversation, while USC up until 2 weeks ago was still in the conversation, those were the two, quote-unquote, I'm using air quotes, Iowa fans. Don't get mad at me. I've got enough of you chasing after me.
What'd you say about them?
People got offended that I said Iowa takes this game more seriously, or at least more emotionally than Nebraska does. Like, backhanded compliment. No, it's true. Phil Parker, who never tweets, has tweeted 5 times in the last 4 years. And 4 out of the 5 are about Nebraska and beating Nebraska.
You're veering off now, John. You're veering off. Eyes on the prize.
But the point is this. Nebraska played.
That's not the eye.
Nebraska played.
Hawkeye.
Comparative to the rest of the Big Ten Conference, a very easy Big Ten schedule. Certainly one that a record of 7-5, to me, feels like it's a bit of a step back, where you can be stuck in the mud, right?
Sure.
You can be just sitting there spinning your wheels and spinning your wheels and spinning your wheels. And technically you're not making any progress, but you're also not falling behind. Yet others in the race are pulling further ahead because they're not stuck in the mud.
Yeah.
So it still feels like a bit of a step back, particularly given what was said about this season. And this was the tweet that was being referenced earlier from the crossover. But remember this Jim Dandy back on June the 30th?
Mm-hmm.
June the 30th.
Wow.
Matt Rule. Too many people have profited financially off of negativity and despair. Their time is over. This was just one of many things that Matt Rule said during the offseason, or tweeted in the offseason, or intimated in the offseason, where he was referring to the breakout is now. The breakout is coming.
Yeah.
He would quote his own press release. You know, the whole idea of the Matt Rule year 3 bounce, those types of things are usually a media creation, right? We notice things and go, oh.
Yeah, we notice trends. We write about trends. We talk about trends.
And usually those are things that we in the media and then later fans will parrot because they've heard us say it. They've read us saying it in print or wherever they've absorbed the information. But not very often do you actually hear the person whether it's the player or the coach themselves, quote their own press releases.
Yeah.
But Matt Rule was willing to do that. He was that confident.
John, it would be like if
that
Jordan
year
Love,
three was year three.
If Jordan Love got to December, he's like, it's Toyotathon, and so I'm going to start playing better because that's what I do. I play better during Toyotathon. And everyone's like, this is a weird internet thing. He's like, yeah, but I play better during Toyotathon. A couple more things on top of what you just mentioned schedule-wise. Because, again, I've also seen that pushback. I have some actual data for you, and this is from our great friend Stu Manji. The 2025 Big Ten schedule for Nebraska was the second easiest schedule that the program has faced since joining the Big Ten in 2011 based on opponents' combined winning percentage. So this is not based off of SP+. This is not based off of rankings. This is not based off of number of playoff teams. Though, of course, all those things are going to show up when you look at raw winning percentage. The 9 teams Nebraska played this year went 37-46 in league play, which is a winning percentage of 44.5%. The only easier schedule was 12 years ago in 2013 when Nebraska's opponents, and remember that was the 8-game conference schedule at the time, went 28-41 in conference, which was 40.6%. They finished that year 8-4. Overall, they finished 5-3 in league play, whereas this year finished 7-5 and 4-5. A couple other things. Nebraska, they finished 10th in the Big Ten standings. When all the tiebreakers, they are in 10th place. 10th place out of 18 teams. They had wins over teams that finished 11th, 12th, 16th, and 17th. They lost by 1 score to teams that finished 4th and 5th. That's USC and Michigan. They were blown out by teams that finished 6th, 8th, and 12th. And at the end of the year, John, because they lost by 27 and 24 points in back-to-back weeks, their point differential in Big Ten play actually finished minus 48. So it went from +3 to minus 48 over the course of 2 games, which was worse than all but 6 teams. And it was a worse number than it was last year as well, when it was minus 34, but 49 of those points came against Indiana. So that's why when you ask a question about moving forward, spinning wheels, those types of things, why, to me, I'm with the voters who say absolutely not. It's a step backwards. This is absolutely a step backwards in terms of how they played and how they especially finished the year against Iowa and Penn State.
So to that point, I manage or not manage, but I keep track of the point spread differential, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the Vegas line, it's a handicap, right? It's saying that this team theoretically is this many points better than the other team. So if you take the difference between whatever the closing line was and the actual result of the game, it gives you kind of an idea. If you were an 8-point dog and you lost by 8 points, you're kind of right where you should be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, they didn't build those buildings because of their generosity. But when you look at the worst back-to-back point differential games, and by saying back-to-back, for example, last year they didn't cover by 49 points against Indiana, which is obviously going to bring the average down.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at back-to-back games where the ending spread differential was in the negative double digits. Mm-hmm. These last 2 games was the 7th worst going back almost 20 years. I went back to the beginning, or actually to 2007.
Okay.
Because 2007 happens to have 3 in a row. So if you notice, back in 2007, Missouri, they failed to cover by 28.5. Oklahoma State, they failed to cover by 34. And then the following against A&M, it was 23.5. So they kind of double up there.
Uh-huh.
Interestingly enough, one of the better or more beloved Nebraska teams of the last 20 years is on this
2009,
list.
yeah.
2009, when they didn't cover against Texas Tech by 31.5 and Iowa State by 22. And, of course, we all know that everything changed after that Iowa State game because it was pretty much Bo Pelini saying, all right, defense is going to carry this thing.
That was their
Offense,
last loss until Texas.
Just get out of the damn way.
Yeah.
Just don't make me angry, and the defense will take care of the rest, and we all know what happened. But if you look at, you're being compared to 2007. Obviously a tire fire of a season. 2022. Scott Frost's last game coupled with the Oklahoma blowout the following week. 2014, Bo Pelini's last year. The Wisconsin game, which probably sealed his fate. And the Minnesota game the following week. Scott Frost's first year, where Troy and Michigan the hit rock bottom. And yet these two games, you failed to cover by 20 against Penn State and 18.5 versus Iowa.
Do you notice something similar with all but two of these years or two of these sets of games here? Something stands out to me. I wonder if you're seeing the same thing.
Well, they're all, outside of a couple of non-conference, they're mostly conference games.
That's not what I was looking at. I can just skip to the point if you want me to.
Go for it.
So a lot of these games are early in the year.
Oh, yes.
So which I would say early in the year, right? You are
2014 was late in the season.
Bingo, and then as was this one. Whereas the other ones, early in the year, Vegas is going to be
middle of the year.
Wrong about teams, right? You're still getting data, in September and October, you only have 3, 4, 5, however many games of data. By game 11 and game 12, or in the case of 2014, that was game 10 and game 11. You are who you are. So when you are disappointing that much that late in the year, I in a way, I would say that that's worse. A lot of this stuff is year 1, 2008 for Bo, year 1, 2018 for Scott Frost. Year 2, you're looking at the last years for coaches. This is a really interesting one because truly it's like this middle ground. The other thing I just realized, John, every other stat here is either the last year for a coach, 2007 for Callahan, 2022 for Frost, 2014 for Bo, or it is years 1 or 2 for any of those coaches. This is different because it's year 3. And certainly Matt Rule is safe. Nothing is going to happen with him moving forward.
In terms of just raw scoring differential, forget about the point spread, just the scoring differential. It's tied for the 5th worst 2-game finish to a regular season in school history. And you look at the years on this list, 56 during the Dark Ages, 42 during the Dark Ages, 2017.
The new Dark Ages.
57, Dark Age, 2002, the beginning of the end of Frank Solich, and of course, 2025.
Yes. The new Dark Age?
No, Nick.
Oh, it's Dark Age Classic.
It's like Coke.
Uh-huh.
And since the Northwestern game, remember when Nebraska got that late touchdown? Think about how this season feels if they don't get that.
Oh, my gosh.
Nebraska has been outscored in the second half, 59-17, with 3 points in the 4th quarter. Not only did they not finish the season well, they didn't finish games well.
No.
They did the exact opposite.
Well, remember, we talked a lot, and recently we had our good friend Parker Fleming on the Grum, and he has that great chart of EPA per quarter, and Nebraska came out in the second half on average as one of the worst teams in the entire country, so that was going on. And then, the way in which they finished some of these games in terms of the 4th quarter, it's been bad. It's been bad. Couple comments. JD, thanks to our Iowa fans for listening. I bet they're having a great time. JD writes,
having a ball.
Any Husker fan who believes this year was progress is delusional. It's clear at this point Matt Rule grifted Nebraska. Good luck with that 2026 schedule. Winning 5 might be the ceiling. KD writes, the level of copium with how bad that team actually was is off the charts. They are basically Rutgers with better PR at this point, and that's how other fan bases view them. See, that's interesting. I don't know if I'm sensing a whole lot of copium right now. To me, I think it's a lot of resignation. Now, I could also have missed some comments. Certainly, I'm not on Twitter as much anymore.
I'm sure the message boards are full of it.
Oh, they are. They absolutely are. They absolutely are.
But you and John, you're very smart, handsome guys who are not full of copium.
Thank you. And also, Nate writes, you disagreed with me, John, when I said fire Butler after the Penn State game. 100 emoji.
Oh.
John, you disagreed with this man a week ago. Would you like to atone for your sins? You were probably sleepy on Big Red Overreaction. We can't take anything said on Big Red Overreaction when you're sleepy serious.
Well, I just didn't have a strong take either way because it's more than just the defense, folks.
Yeah.
They didn't score either. 17 second half points.
Yuck.
Since the Northwestern game.
And 0.
And remember,
on Friday.
This is with the chosen one is the new quarterback. And that's a whole nother story that will color this early offseason. Really, if you think about it, this offseason has multiple seasons in it. The December is almost a month in and of itself because that's rumor month. Rumor has it. January is when things will actually happen.
Yep. We'll learn about the intention over the course of the next few weeks.
And then, February, March, April, we'll actually have an idea of actually who's on the team and regular spring football. And then So there's really like 4 different off seasons to this off season.
Yeah.
And they're all very different. And they're all going to have their own talking points, and they're all going to be very important. And the interesting thing about it, going back again to the graphic about the spread differential, like you said, most of these seasons either featured a coach on the cusp of being fired or having been fired.
Or early on in their career, not this far into their tenure.
This is a coach that just got re-signed for extra deal, extra money, extra coin, extra years.
Yeah, John writes, what stands out to me about all these games you're talking about is that all of those coaches were fired. We were stuck with Rule for another 5 years before they will consider firing him.
402-951-1620. Let's take one call. We'll go to break on this.
Okay.
This is Lane, I believe. Lane, welcome.
Hello, Lane.
Hey, guys, it's Lane. You guys have seen me in chat before. How you doing?
Good, man. What's going on?
Hey, good. I just wanted to call in. Hey, you guys are making some really good points in this segment. The thing I want to ask you guys as broadcasters, media people, how difficult does Matt Rule make your job, being that his messaging was so off about what was going to happen as far as results on the field? Like, okay, so if you're in the local media, like going forward, you guys do a great job, don't get me wrong, but you guys kind of like, are you more hesitant to kind of like promote what he's selling going forward? Because I'll tell you what, a lot of fans I talk to, they're like, we don't even want to hear the messaging anymore. We just want results. And I appreciate your time, and I'll just listen to your response.
Thanks for the call, Lane. I mean, I would say this, John, or do you want to take a pause and we can answer that when we return?
Yeah, let's sit on that. We'll come back on that and discuss.
Okay.
And move on, because we also there's even more numbers.
Awesome.
Yeah. But I think they do tell a story.
Yeah, for sure.
I think they do tell a story about what is to come and what needs to be done. 1620 The Zone has a chance for you to win UNO Maverick basketball tickets. The Omaha Mavericks are taking on Northern Colorado Wednesday at 7. We've got tickets. Gary and Matt got tickets. Connor Happershow's got tickets. You can win your way into the game. So be on the listen later in the Grum. We'll tell you about that and more. Of course, you'll be able to catch the call over on 1180.
Santa
against,
baby.
Northern Colorado Wednesday night at 7 p.m. We'll be back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on 1620 The Zone. So we left you on the caller's question regarding how much the Matt Rule messaging will kind of cloud things looking ahead, into the off season. And listen, we're going to report on the things that he says. Absolutely. How all you decide to take that information is totally up to you. But I guess the caller was asking from our perspective. I mean, I will probably take it with a grain of salt. But I also kind of pushed back at the whole year 3 narrative to begin with, only because I didn't think the situations were quite equal. The situation he had at Temple was different from what he had at Baylor, and it's different now.
Way different now
because
the sport's changed.
The sport has changed so dramatically, which is why I also lowered the bar, right? To a lot of people, a year 3 breakthrough meant winning 10 games, playing for a conference championship, because that's what he did at Temple and that's what he did at Baylor. I was even willing to lower the bar and say, hey, if you can get to 9-3, provided it, looks halfway decent, it doesn't look like a really bad 9-3 where you're getting wiped out, in the 3 losses, a Bo Pelini 9-3, if you will. That I'd be willing to consider that a year 3 bounce. Well, they didn't even come close to that. Yeah, they had a chance with 2 games to go and then proceeded to not be competitive 2 games in a row and get absolutely boat raced 2 games in a row. So as far as, how the messaging is going to be, it'll be very interesting. I mean, Matt Rule is always going to be a guy who's going to have a message. He's always going to, use us to, send a message either through the team or out to the fan base about, and obviously he has his own direct methods. He's got his podcast, he does all the hits on the variety of shows. I will be curious to know if he's going to be as socially available or socially media available or just media available. I'm talking about the McAfee stuff or other podcasts that he's done or his own podcast. I am curious if there's going to be any philosophical change from that, because I sensed that those things came about for a couple of reasons. One,
he's a good
talker.
He
was doing it he is a talker, but he wanted to promote his program.
Yep.
Some people would say he wanted to promote himself.
Yep.
I'll be willing to say he was doing it to promote his program.
Sure.
And the other part was the confidence that he had
and the ability of the program to take the next step.
That the program would take the next step.
Yeah, he was way
and he would be there to be, the Pied Piper through it all. And, if there was a way to actually know what was going to transpire, if he would have known the season was going to go like this, especially the month of November,
he wouldn't have been as bullish.
I don't think he would have been as bullish, obviously. He also wouldn't have been as out there. So I'll be very curious to see how much of that we still get in 2026. But as far as what that message is, what he decides to say, again, it's up to all of you. I'll have my thoughts. Josh, you'll have your thoughts. But
I think there's certainly like an element of trust that has to be earned back, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Corey just wrote a few of the things that he said over the years: body blows, hell on wheels, win in the trenches. I remember one of the things he said before 2024, for Dylan's first year, was, if you try to do whatever with your safeties, we're going to throw it over the top. We're going to murder you. And he's been way wrong a lot. And so, yeah, certainly now I know I've gotten to a point where there will be a lot of pause from me on what I am hearing and what I am believing. But also, I mean, like the thing, John, that really helps is that I still talk to people, who are watching practice, who are seeing things, who are giving me the actual, narrative, I guess you could say, what is really going on. And so that, I think, is going to be really, really important. I would say this, and this is an email that we got from Kyle, who's making fun of you and Gary. He says, did anyone ever figure out what feels different meant all offseason? John and Gary, among many others, both claimed going into the season that it just felt different. What felt different now that we are at the end of the season and it's all the same? I mean, I would certainly say this, and I'm guessing that you will not be making that mistake again, right? The happy talk, the offseason, we're going to get them. Like, why would anybody believe any of that anymore? You know, it has completely gotten into you have to do it on the field before I think any of us are going to buy anything. And so that's how I will approach stuff moving forward.
Listen, I can only go off of what I think and what I feel. And was I duped? I guess. Were a lot of other people duped? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of bullishness on this season. And, you know, these things do happen. But again, the interesting part of all of this is, it wasn't a losing season. We have to be mindful of that. They did get to a bowl game for a second year in a row, something they haven't done in a while. So there's that. And there's also the fact that this isn't like when Mike Riley was going into year 3 and he had a coaching change forced upon him. And, you know, you could tell that the walls were closing in. And the same thing with Frost by the time we got to 21 and 22. You could feel the walls closing in. The walls are not closing in on Matt Rule. They're not.
No.
I mean, he just got re-signed. The buyout is huge. This is the guy they committed to a few weeks ago. So that's where the difference lies is, yeah, there are some things that might feel close to other years where it looked like you were at a crossroads, but you're really not at a crossroads because you know that this program is going to be shepherded by this individual for, you know, the foreseeable future.
You're at a crossroads for making moves that are going to, you know, actually cause you to move forward, you know, in a positive direction. Like that's the thing now, you know, not just finishing the season the way they did, but, you know, losing like they did, finishing 7-5. Like this is a time where you need to look at yourself and ask, how has this happened and how can we stop it from happening again? And maybe not tell everybody why it's going to, you know, start happening or why they're going to be able to turn it around. Just actually go out and do it. But
you know,
I will also say, like, he's got a lot of months to fill and he will do press conferences. He can only say what he thinks about his team.
Well, sure.
You just don't have to take it seriously or not.
He's not the type to get to shut things off. He's not the type to go into turtle mode. You know?
Mm-hmm.
He's not the type to crawl back into his shell. He is more of a talker. He is generally speaking, someone who thinks positively, someone who sees the bright side of things and believes that he has the fix and he has the plan for, you know, whatever that fix is and whatever that direction needs to be. So I don't think it's going to fundamentally change him. Again, it may cut back on some of the opportunities, but I don't think you're going to hear a different tone out of Matt Rule. I think you're still going to hear the same tone. I think it's going to be I still think it's going to be an optimistic tone because I can tell you one of the things they're going to, and this is assuming that, you know, the roster doesn't go through a major overhaul. One of the things they're going to sell is this was one of the youngest teams in the Big Ten. And this was a very young team. And this is still a developmental program. And, you know, these young guys are going to get better with another year in the system. And then we're going to, you know, he talked about it a few weeks ago. We have the money. So they're going to go out and they're going to spend. They're going to keep the guys that they really want, and they're going to go out and get guys that they really need. So I don't sense that the tenor is going to be much different. But how it's received,
that is going to be different.
That could be different.
Yeah. And it probably
could be very different.
And it probably should be.
Before we head to break, here's Terry. Hi, Terry. Thanks for waiting. You're on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Hey guys, great show as always, man. I love getting on when I get a chance.
Thanks,
to listen
Terry.
to you guys, but I want to add this real quick. It's very interesting to me that Snow was supposed to be the defensive consultant for Butler, if I'm correct.
Yep.
And now he's going to be the one to temporarily take over. I think he bears some responsibility in this as well. And the other thing is, there's a lot of things we don't know. Why in the world are we running a 3-3-5 and then a 4-3? That game was horrible, especially down in the red zone when I saw the 3-5 and they're getting ready to score from the 3 or 4 yard line and linebackers are in the end zone. I guess my question is, does Coach Rule, he talks one thing. Does his coaches really get what he wants done? because I'm just totally, there's a disconnect there between him and what his coaches are delivering. And maybe he needs to take the time and just focus on nothing but coaching. I'm not kicking all these YouTube things he does, whatever, but, take care of your job first before you start getting into extra activities. I just don't think his coaches understand what he really, really wants. It seems like nobody can deliver it. There's a communications problem. That's all I got to say. It's a communications problem. So,
Thanks, Terry. I'd say this, John. A couple years ago, with the 3-3-5, Nebraska had a top 10 rushing defense, but they had strong men with tears in their eyes in the middle of the defense.
But they had
much better.
But they had a 3-3-5 disciple running it.
Correct.
That was Tony White's thing. That's his defense. That's his baby. And the problem is, you brought in a guy who hadn't been a DC in over a decade and had spent most of the last 10 years in the NFL, where he wasn't, coordinating defense. He was coaching defensive backs.
Mm-hmm.
What I think, and that's why this next hire is going to be very interesting, and whatever other moves might come about, is will there be more experience brought in? Will there be more experience? Because just about everyone that was brought in were young or hadn't done that specific job in a long time. Terry Braden had been the assistant to the assistant. Now Shorts was a younger coach.
McGuire,
but John Butler hadn't been a defensive coordinator in over a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Will there be more experience brought in, more proven experience versus, guys that you think you can mold into it? Because I think Rule sometimes also sees coaches as developmental projects as well.
Yep.
And I don't think you can afford to do that.
Nope.
Not in the Big Ten
Not in
Conference.
this
If you want to be a developmental program, you have to have experienced teachers. There's got to be some experience in the room.
Sure.
Because that's the experience that you use to teach the young people how to become better football players.
Correct.
So this will be an interesting hire. I do not think it's not going to be Phil Snow full time.
I would agree.
He's just going to be here to to tie things over. It's very convenient. It works nicely. He knows what Matt Rule is about. He's called defenses many times in college and pro ball, but he's not going to be the full-time guy.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Not going to be the full-time guy. Well, football season continues, and it's in full swing. And however you'd like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today, use promo code 1620TheZone, and score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the 1620 The Zone mobile app, zonetv.live, and the 1620 The Zone YouTube page. Josh Peterson and John Bishop here. A reminder, it is Cyber Monday.
Oh!
And 1620 The Zone has all the deals for your Cyber Monday. Each hour, a different half-off deal to take advantage of. Let's see, it's 3:37, which means it's the 3 o'clock hour, which means Omaha Children's Museum. We got Site One Brewing coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. The Trot Room in the 5 o'clock hour. Head to 1620thezone.com for all the deets.
Some responses on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Kent says, is it Jimmy's and Joe's or X's and O's in this scenario? I think there are signs that both need help. Guys could appear confused a lot, missed assignments, etc. Obviously, they also got pushed around and weren't the most physical. I mean, Michael's talked about this, and we can certainly discuss it further with him when he joins us in the happy hour, that when you look at some of the same people doing some of the same things in terms of being on the wrong side in the run fit, that some of it is systemic, right? So that falls on coaching. Certainly there are probably times, and they were beaten up on the interior of the line. We knew that losing Ty and Nash were going to be big losses. The hope was that some of the guys like Van Poppel and Davis and others would develop over time. And there were at times flashes, but it wasn't very consistent. So I would agree. It certainly is a little bit of both. They definitely need some upgrades on the defensive line, in the defensive front. They need more playmakers. They need more playmakers at linebacker, quite frankly. But there were also systemic issues as well, where it just didn't fit. And that was part of my consternation. I just thought people are way too quick, and I'm not saying they're doing it now, but they were way too quick to just wave off Tony White.
Well, you know what it is, man? It's a
didn't need him. He just left.
It's just
and I thought that was a mistake.
right? It was. I mean, we could all see it in the moment. We all knew in the moment that the response from those people it was a wild overreaction to a coach wanting to leave. Like it always is. And like that and then some. Like, I don't know how you could have watched the 2022 defense and then the 2023 defense and be okay with the guy who did that leaving, except that you're caught in your feels, which fans are going to do. But I thought that the bigger issue was not the reaction to it. The bigger issue was, I guess, Nebraska's reaction to it and deciding that Butler was going to be the guy. And I feel comfortable in guessing, if not saying outright, that he wasn't the first choice for the coordinator role. It took him, a month to make that announcement? He was in the room.
They made it sound like he was kind of the heir apparent, the guy in waiting.
Well, then why not make it when Tony White literally left like a year ago now?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's what it felt like. I mean, we didn't really hear a lot. We didn't really hear a lot of rumors about this guy was interested or that guy was interested.
I'm fairly confident that they kicked the tires on at least one other person, and they weren't able to land that guy. Either way, whether Butler was the first choice or not, he was the choice. And
he ended up being the choice. I mean, you still hire who you hire.
Yeah, and that resulted in them taking a step back, and I thought that it was sadly very predictable. He'd only been the coordinator once. I mean, John, maybe there's a reason the Buffalo Bills never wanted to promote him, to that role. Maybe there was a reason that never happened.
Chris says, I really see his entire social media, Matt Rule's social media style changing. I think he knows playtime is done and the fan base just wants results. The sad part is he set himself up for that narrative by doing all the different socials. And that's true.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing a lot of this. Fremont Fred sent me two pictures.
Uh-oh.
It's Matt Rule in a cheap suit in front of used cars, and also the internet meme of a guy pointing at snake oil, and the face is of Matt Rule. There's a lot of the.
Oh, yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of that.
Well, like Greg in Myrtle Beach says, Carolina Husker fans told you 3 years ago that middle school rules, televangelist, used car salesman, Friday was even more concrete proof. Moron Dannon totally wasted his mulligan.
Dannon.
So you got middle school rule and Moron Dannon.
Yeah.
Incredible nicknames.
Middle school rule is an all-time.
It is.
I'm seeing a lot of that, and the problem is I don't know if those folks are coming back.
No. Well, I mean, if you won a national championship, I bet they'd come back.
but that ain't happening.
If they won a conference champion, if they made the playoff, right? If they made the playoff, come back.
We'll see.
Yeah.
They weren't particularly close this year.
No, but hey,
they are 2-10 in the month of November.
They're
2-10 in the month of November.
Yeah.
Remember the month of November, unless you're Nebraska and you want to forget.
Yeah. The used car salesman, snake oil salesman, all of those types of things. I think, nailed that like 3 years ago when he first got hired, that like, you're going to love him when he's winning. But man, you're probably going to be annoyed as hell if he is doing all this chattering and they're not winning games. And that is what has been the case. And if anything, Johnny's thrown himself into it even more. You said something. I am wondering, like, what is his offseason bit going to be this year? Because year one, it was all the dumb emojis that he did. And then it was all the behind the scenes videos and the chasing 3 stuff. And then this year it was the weird photography that he did with the steer, whatever it was, Nick. And then,
I have an idea.
And then the podcast. What's it going to be next?
I think he's going to lean heavy into taking accountability to a point where it's like, it was my fault. I messed. Like that South Park, we're sorry kind of like thing with the BP. I think he's going to lean into that.
He's going to be like a literal oil person where he's going to apologize for oil spills.
Yeah,
I mean, not
is he going to be
like
cleaning
that.
up oil-caked ducks on the shore of Alaska?
Oil cake Nebraska fans.
I think it's Alaska.
Now that'd be
recent
amazing.
oil spills.
You got some poor guy from Hooper who
Dump oil
just got diesel fuel spilled all over him, and here's Matt Rule with a sponge and a bucket of soap, just sponging him off, saying, "Don't worry,
no, but
don't worry, we'll get you clean. It's my fault. I take accountability."
I think he's going to try to lean hard into the account. Like, I messed up. I wasn't focused. I did wrong. Here's what I think he's going to try to lean into that angle.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I guess, you know what? We'll find out as soon as Wednesday, because there's a press conference scheduled for signing day.
Yeah,
everyone, you remember signing day? Used to be a big deal.
Oh, yeah,
around
that
here.
matters?
No, not this one. This is a class of 9 players. I was looking at it last night. We never talk about it anymore. And this class, rightfully so. And like, look, John, it's one thing to have a small class, right? Because the math has to work together. And right now the roster is what the roster is.
Sure.
So the class is small. In terms of an average rating, though, we're not talking about some gangbusters class right now. And so I don't know.
Wow, I can't believe you would say that about a bunch of kids.
They're rated. They have rankings. There's stars and such, Nick.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions to get answered. A lot of questions to get answered over the next month and change. And then the portal will actually open.
And then the portal actually does open.
Mm-hmm.
And how many opt-outs do we see for the bowl game?
Great question. And in most,
And opt-outs don't just have to mean guys like Emmett Johnson who, are thinking about the next level.
Mm-hmm.
They could be people who have made their intentions known that they're not going to be coming back to Nebraska.
Put it on the list.
What's that?
I think Nebraska will have at least 5 opt-outs for the bowl game.
Okay. I'll put that on the list. John, do you have any thoughts?
I really don't know at this point.
Mm.
And quite frankly, I don't know if a lot is good or a lot is bad, because some of it could be the school moving on from the kid. Some of it could be the kid moving on from the school. Right?
Are we defining opt-outs as opt-outs or transfers?
Well, opt-outs are opt-outs.
That's what I'm saying. An opt-out is someone saying, I'm not
transfers.
playing in the bowl game because of my so I think the number, I think
the
Nick
NFL number is going to be small. I mean,
Yeah.
that's obviously Emmett, maybe a Sear Wright.
Sure. Those would be the
And again,
two.
I'm just speculating. I'm not saying they are, and I'm not saying they should or they shouldn't. I'm just possible candidates, kids that may end up, going pro in a bowl game is not going to prove anything. The extra film is not going to be necessary, because there's every bowl game is going to have opt-outs. That's the new way of the world.
The one thing that I'll just a tiny bit of pushback. Last year, there was not as many opt-outs as there had been in the years before. And so there's a part of me that does wonder if there is more like stuff built into NIL deals or rev share deals that require the players to play in whether it's a 13th game or a game that the
Yeah,
team
but how
has.
many? I mean, how many were?
There were definitely more players, and this is anecdotal evidence just watching the games, but didn't like Travis Hunter play in a bowl? Like, that's pretty crazy. That guy won the Heisman, and he was going to be a top 5 pick. Like even 3 years ago, we weren't seeing stuff like that. So again, I could be way off on this, but last year, anecdotally, there were way more players that still played. I mean, Cam Ward played in half of his bowl game.
Well, half.
But I'm saying he still played. That's more than 0 quarters or 0 snaps.
There's going to be opt-outs. There always are.
I'm not saying that there won't be. I'm just saying last year there were fewer than before. And I
But
wonder
remember
if they're building this into contracts now.
The
with these
difference,
players.
though, this time around is opt-outs could also be guys who aren't going to play because they are intending to go into the portal and play for someone else.
Sure, of course. We're going to learn players
So
who are going to transfer.
That's where there's a difference. Yeah.
I don't even know.
Because the transfer portal has changed now where there's just the 1 15-day window, and it's coming right after the bowl games are done, or most of the bowl games. Obviously, there'll still be some playoff games left.
Yeah.
But that's not Nebraska's problem.
No, and it won't be for a long time. If ever.
Wow. Well, we'll talk to Mitch Sherman about that next. That and other items from The Athletic, 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Those of you watching in on our YouTube stream or our ZoneTV.live, yeah, Stuff the Truck's coming up this week.
Nice.
We'll look just like that in that picture. Josh will have his giant yellow coat
No,
on.
I think we're going to be inside on Friday.
Yeah.
What are you sad about?
I like the yellow coat.
Oh, sorry. I'll be inside. We'll be nice.
Josh
and
could still wear it if he wants.
I mean, I guess I
just
could.
might get a little warm.
Give us what we want.
But anyway, we're going to be loading up the truck, Stuff the Truck, Toys for Tots. bringing a new unwrapped toy for the kids so they can have a Merry Christmas this year, and we will be there at Westwood Plaza starting at 2 o'clock. That's right. The Grum's going to be there live collecting toys.
Let's go,
for
baby.
the kids. We're like Santa's elves.
Awesome.
Except we're not that short. Well, I'm a little short to be a stormtrooper. But
You could be a Lord of the Rings elf.
Nice.
I'd rather not. I'd rather just go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline and welcome in our friend Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, John, Josh. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Not bad now that the sun has actually come out. I didn't know that still existed around these parts. Very bright.
Yes. Matt Rule starts cleaning the house on the coaching staff and the sun comes out again.
What, are you saying that John Butler was casting his shadow against the sun, Mitch?
I did not say that.
Are you surprised that the move came this quickly and that this was the first one?
Yeah, not really. Things happen fast today in college football. And, John Butler was just talking to us in the media last week, sounding very much like a coach who was getting ready to fix his defense going into January. I think this would have totally been a surprise to him a week ago. And then Nebraska goes out and loses 40-16 against Iowa. And, there comes a point with as much money as there is in the game today, and as quickly as teams change in one off season, as important as the months of December and January need to be for Matt Rule's program, that you can't really be surprised when big moves are made. Now, I went back and did a little research, and I was looking for coordinators at Nebraska, like play calling type coordinators, offensive or defensive coordinators, who spent just 1 year in their positions. And I can only find Mark Whipple, Bob Diaco, and then Barney Cotton in 2003, the offensive coordinator. All of them ended up leaving after 1 year because of head coaching changes. So John Butler would be the first one, at least going back to 1969, when Tom Osborne and Monty Kiffin took over as the coordinators for Bob Devaney, who is a one and done, and it didn't involve a head coaching change. So from that standpoint, it's hard to say that it's not a surprise, but again, we're in a world of college football in 2025 going into 2026 that's far different than what existed in any of the last 50 plus years. So you come to expect the unexpected.
Mitch, like the defense, of course, it took a step back. The run defense was a problem all year long, really showed itself in the opener. But I think the Michigan game was when a lot of concerns started happening. That said, like they were still doing well enough in a lot of games for them to have a 7-3 record going into the final two. So like how much of this, in your opinion, is based off of the body of work? How much of it, though, is based in particular on what happened the last 2 weeks? Like if they go 1-1 or if the defense isn't the biggest and I guess that's a stupid question, maybe, but I wonder how much of this move do you think is the last 2 weeks and what happened?
I think that's a lot of it. That'll be a good question for Matt Rule on Wednesday. He's going to address the media and talk about the signing class, but likely talk a lot more about this decision and what he wants from his defense. He talked on Friday quite a bit about what he wants and needs from his defense. Like it's not a secret. They have to be able to stop the run. In November football in the Big Ten, there's nowhere to hide. Nebraska could hide a little bit defensively with what it was doing when you had Dylan Raiola running the show offensively and it was September and October, and it's just a different brand of football that's played. But in November, there's nowhere to hide. And especially when you have teams like who Nebraska always seems to face in November. For one, it's Iowa. Because that's the Black Friday game. But, they've played good Wisconsin teams often in the month of November. This year you have Penn State on the schedule. So, the last 2 weeks, I think went a long way toward this decision being made. I don't think if you were to have talked to Matt Rule about this in the bye week before Penn State that he was trending in this direction in any way. At that point, Nebraska was 7-3. There was hope that Nebraska could win 9 games in the regular season and go for a 10th in the bowl game. And maybe more realistic, I think they thought they could find a way to win one of those 2 games and be sitting at 8 wins right now, which would be a 2-game improvement over a year ago. And considering the injury to Nebraska's most important player, or maybe second most important player, if you want to put Emmett Johnson in that captain seat, then 8 wins, a 2-game improvement would have looked pretty good. But obviously the last 2 games went as poorly as they possibly could have, and the defense was the central reason for that. The run defense in particular was just something that John Butler was not able to figure out in his year at Nebraska as the defensive coordinator. And if he's, wrongly, if he's taken an arrow for some other things that happened that were out of his control here in this situation, then so be it. That's how the sport works now.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us here as he does every Monday. So, you hear a lot about what fans want and what they think Nebraska needs. What kind of logical candidates are out there? I mean, you're going to get some of the big names. Obviously, a lot of folks are going to say, it's got to be a Big Ten guy. It's got to be a guy that, knows how to coach in this league. Certainly, it's got to be someone who's, got a good history of run defense behind them. The thing about Butler was it felt like an experimental hire because he hadn't done the job in over 10 years, but he had the NFL experience, so you could kind of sell that. What do you think the resume of Nebraska's defensive coordinator should or will be?
I don't think it has to fit into buckets like that. Yes, I mean the Big Ten one of what you mentioned there. I think the Big Ten experience is most valid because the Big Ten is a unique place. It occupies a unique place in college football. And now, if you've done it at the SEC level, then I think you can probably translate to the Big Ten. But those 2 conferences stand alone, just as far as the level of physicality and the type of players that you need. And in some ways, the Big Ten, is more about the rough and tumble style of football than even the SEC is. Though although this year the SEC I think is across the board playing at a higher level. So maybe not the top 2 teams, but that's a totally different conversation, depth wise in the SEC. I think they just need to get the best defensive coordinator, and like all of this other nonsense about, well, he's got the NFL background. They tried that with Butler. They tried that with Terry Braden, and I'm not saying that he's out too, but it probably doesn't look real good. And when Matt Rule is going to have the new defensive coordinator pick the staff that he wants, and sometimes coaches get retained and they get through when you think that they might not get through. Look at Marcus Satterfield this year on the Nebraska staff. I don't think 14 months ago we thought that would be the case, but it is. So I'm not throwing anybody else out with Butler, but the writing's on the wall potentially for some of these guys. So like the NFL thing, it doesn't matter. The whole deal about, well, he's got history with Matt Rule or Matt Rule's comfortable with him. I think that has to be a non-factor in this. People will talk about Jeff Collins, who has coached with Rule. People will talk about Elijah Robinson, who has coached with Rule and had a lot of struggles this year as the DC at Syracuse for Fran Brown. And if the only reason or the primary reason that you want to bring up those names is because they have history with Matt Rule, then I say, forget that. Go get the best guy that money can buy and the best coordinator that you think can work for Nebraska to win in the Big Ten. That's what Nebraska did with Tony White. And he had a pretty nice 2-year run looking back at it.
Mitch, a big picture question about moving on from another coordinator, because this is now the 3rd coordinator through 3 years that Matt Rule has fired. He did so with Satterfield, of course, in season fully after the bowl game last year. And now this, like, on one hand, I want to give a coach praise for recognizing the fault of the previous decision and not get stubborn, because we've too often seen around here coaches get stubborn. On the other hand, he did make the original decision. Are you glass half empty or glass half full on a move like this from Matt Rule?
Oh, I mean, it's hard to go. I think you have to look at it both ways. I think you have to look at it and say, at some point, you don't get credit for firing the guys who failed when you brought them in. But at the same time, like, he understands the urgency and he's doing what he thinks gives Nebraska the best chance to win. You would rather see a coach move on from a coordinator that he's lost confidence in than stick with him to prove a point that his decision was right in the first place. We've seen plenty of coaches at Nebraska who were stubborn and did not want to fire assistants that they had hired, because it was almost an admission. And I think in the eyes of Bo Pelini and Scott Frost and others, it was an admission that they had chosen the wrong coach. And Rule clearly is in a place where he's humble enough to admit a mistake, if that's even what he's doing here, to admit that it wasn't the right fit. And he feels that he has the confidence, that his boss, Troy Dannon, has the confidence in him to allow him to move on from something that was a mistake. At some point you run out of chances to fire the coaches and the coordinators that you yourself have brought in. And Matt Rule is not at that place. So I think for the most part, you have to look at it from a glass half full kind of perspective and say, they believe in Matt Rule at Nebraska. So as a result, this administration at least is going to believe in the decisions that he makes about his assistant coaches. Now, whether you as a fan or member of the media want to believe the same thing, that's up to you. But I'm not looking at this right now and saying, well, the writing is on the wall with the program at large. I think this is a problem that Matt Rule is equipped to be able to fix.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, the overriding hope 3 weeks ago was that these last 3 games would bring clarity to the quarterback position and which direction either Nebraska would go or maybe should go. Is it fair to say that after those 3 games, the situation might be cloudier than the weather has been recently?
Yeah, I don't think it didn't bring clarity, and it's unfortunate that TJ Lateef wasn't able to play at full strength against Iowa, although I don't think that would have made the difference in Nebraska winning that game. He doesn't have that much in the tank. Like if Nebraska had lost 20-16 and TJ was playing on a bad hamstring for the last 3 quarters of that game, you might look at it differently. But 40-16 is a different story, and Nebraska wasn't going to win that game with a healthy TJ Lateef. So he goes 1-2, and it's a true 1-2 in his 3 starts. Is that enough to give you confidence that he's the guy moving forward? It probably isn't. I think there would be some consternation if I know there would be some consternation if Dylan Raiola went into the transfer portal tomorrow or announced his intentions to go into the transfer portal tomorrow. I don't know what direction that's going to play out. I could see it going either way. I could definitely see a situation where Dylan and his family feel like he's taken Nebraska as far as he can take them, and Nebraska has done for him as much as it can do for him, and decide to part ways. Or I could see a situation like a year ago where he tested the waters and ultimately decided that he wanted to finish what he started at Nebraska. I don't think it's fair to Dylan to look at his past in high school or whatever it is and say he's somebody who moves on when the going gets tough or when he sees something brighter on the other side of the fence, because I think he's proven enough in his time at Nebraska that he's willing to stick with this. Now, is he going to stick with this to an unending level? Like, no. I mean, there comes a point where I think he would choose to move on, as is the case with any quarterback or player with high expectations. Can Nebraska take him to the place that he wants to get or help him get to the place he wants to get? It's the decision that he has to make. And I think there'll be some resolution on that one way or the other fairly soon. I don't know what that answer is going to be. I do think it's unlikely that Nebraska brings back both of those quarterbacks in 2026, because that's just a hard thing to do for any program to pay and to find room on your roster within your salary structure for 2 quarterbacks that both would demand a good chunk of change.
Mitch, let's say that Dylan does leave. Nebraska, they should recruit the quarterback position as if they don't have a starter, right? Like, they can't be treating it as it's TJ Lateef's job and we're recruiting for depth. Like they have to go after somebody, like Indiana tried to last year, right? With Fernando Mendoza. And then maybe the answer is Cal and going after JKS with what he's been able to do as a true freshman. But that's the approach to the position, right?
Yeah, you don't go out and look for somebody to be TJ's backup.
Yeah.
If whoever you get, and again, we're ahead of ourselves here because we're having this conversation as if Raiola is leaving, and we do not know that. But if that turns out to be the case, then yeah, Nebraska should look for a quarterback that can contend to be the starter. In fact, I think it should look for a quarterback that it expects to be the starter. And then if it plays out in the spring and TJ's your guy, then great. But no, you absolutely have to find somebody who's you don't settle and say, yeah, we're just looking for a backup here. Absolutely not.
Okay. Should Nebraska feel fortunate that it sounds like their fall to a bowl game will fall to either Las Vegas or Nashville, because this team might actually deserve another trip to New York or Detroit based on how they finished?
Yeah, I mean, the finish was not good. But I'd have to look at the full lineup of Big Ten teams and see who. I assume Penn State's going to get an invite to New York. I would think the Pinstripe Bowl would fall over itself to host Penn State, and actually get a fan base that can travel more easily to New York. But and they're they wouldn't take Nebraska 2 years in a row, no matter what.
No.
So yeah, I mean, Nashville and Las Vegas are desirable destinations for a bowl game, and you're going to go against a good opponent in either one of those spots. So it is fortunate because of the way the season ended, but you also have to remember how the first 10 games of the season went, and Nebraska put together a nice 7-3 mark to that point, and some of the bowl game experience will be a reward for that.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, as always, we appreciate it. The off season has just begun. We've got a long, long way to go.
Lots of twists and turns ahead.
We do.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch.
All right, thanks, guys.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. The YouTube comment room is very spicy today.
Whoa, what are they saying?
Well, accusing the media of gaslighting.
Gaslighting?
Yeah, I really don't know why.
7 and 5.
Not asking the tough questions.
Don't ask me. I picked 7 and 5.
Don't ask those tough questions. Why did they re-up Matt Rule? I mean, listen.
Now, that's a great question.
They're all great questions. I mean, the bottom line is this, and I think this is a question that's worth asking.
Okay.
Since James Franklin got fired, and since Matt Rule came up in the rumor mill to take that job, Nebraska has gone 2-6 or 2-4 down the stretch. Now, sure, the last 2.5, 3 weeks, whatever it's been, I don't know. I lost track anymore of when exactly that story broke. Who broke that story again? I forget. Anyway,
it was Nick Grimm.
It could have been.
Nice.
I mean, it's obviously been off the table the last couple of weeks because of the new contract, but it does make you wonder. I saw this in a tweet, and it's really talking about coaches who are already 1 foot out the door. It's from Adam Stratton, who works for Kentucky Sports Radio. He said, when John Calipari flirted with UCLA and didn't go, he immediately went downhill at UK. When Mark Stoops flirted with Texas A&M and didn't go, he immediately went downhill at UK. When a coach's eyes wander, they aren't going to be all in anymore, and it will show. Was there an element, even though he did end up staying, and even though he did end up signing the contract extension, where there was enough? I mean, certainly, again, the argument can be made, and I can't argue against it, that the Minnesota game, there was some kind of distraction there. That partially explains what happened in that contest.
Well, Dylan saw a constellation he was stoked about.
But that all the flirtations and just you're
John,
in
they
that
went into
moment,
that game 5-1.
locked in, right? And if there's ever a moment where you just get slightly distracted, it takes you a while to turn back your focus and get back to where you were. Is it possible that part of the 2-4 finish was the distraction of the Penn State situation. And for a moment, or maybe it was longer than a moment, Matt Rule lost his focus and the team lost its focus.
Tremendous question, John. It's a tremendous question. They started 5-1. They finished 2-4. They have these weird performances against teams in weeks where, there are obvious distractions happening. You have that week, you have the USC week and everything that brought, and others. And so I think it's a fine question to ask, I think it's a fine question to ask because they definitely seemed like a different team after that game. Starting with that game, especially because you could make an argument, even more so than Indiana last year, that's the biggest stink bomb. Maybe up there with UCLA last year. That's the biggest kind of confounding stink bomb that we have seen, in his 3 years at Nebraska. Kenneth says, I think Matt Rule should do more podcasts.
Maybe he can do Formula Wednesday on Monday.
Oh, what a great idea.
It'll be the complement to Formula Friday on Wednesday.
Nick, your thoughts?
I don't like it.
Interesting.
I don't think he knows much about Formula One.
Oh, he's coming for your corner, Nick. He's coming for your corner. John writes into the text machine. I still think the Penn State AD, that would be Pat Kraft, called Rule that Monday night after firing Franklin and says, you're not our guy. Now go get your bag. Rule's press conferences from Monday to later in the week followed that theory. Hey, I'll say this, man. He was peacocking in that press conference. Yeah. He was peacocking in that press conference. And then afterwards, he was like a neutered dog.
Oh. Yes, he was.
Mm-hmm. Do you think somebody just called him unsolicited? Pat Kraft just called him unsolicited? It's like, hey, pack your bags.
No. Chris KC3FL writes, you're right, Bishop. We should reset and treat next year like year one as Rule was distracted this year. Trust me, I will not be treating next year as year one. No. It's year 4. It's unprecedented year 4. Hey, if you thought year 3 was a stink bomb, wait till you see year 4.
Yeah, we're not. I don't want to get lumped in with the sycophants. Do not say that about the media, because we will not be doing that on this show.
No,
we will not be doing that on this show.
Not at all.
No. Coming up, I do want to discuss Lane Kiffin because wow, we thought we needed another villain.
We got one.
Coach Prime. Coach Prime is kind of irrelevant now. No one's really paying attention to old Prime anymore. Harbaugh's been long gone. We need a new villain. Well, he came in wearing hot yoga pants and looking all fine at 50. We'll discuss that next. But Lawrence and Gardens Bright Nights returns for the holiday season. At 1620, the Zone has your way in. Thousands of colorful lights. Illuminated features, the Holiday Express, a 20-foot tall poinsettia tree and vibrant foliage. It's 10 fun family nights, 22 nights in all with Santa. There'll be fire pits to roast marshmallows. They're open from 4 to 9 p.m. on select evenings now through January 4th. And we've got your chance to win 4 packs of passes in the Lawrence and Gardens. So you can enjoy some holiday cheer from 1620 The Zone. Blue Jays are back in action tomorrow night against Nichols Colonels, the artist formerly known as Nichols State. We'll have all the coverage for you starting at 6 with Austin Jacobson. It's one of them there late tip-offs.
Oh, man, you're going to be sleepy on Thursday. We're never going to see you in studio this week.
That's true.
You'll be in jail. You won't come to work the next day. God.
I think he just
I'm
doesn't
here
like
now.
you.
What are you talking about?
I won't
I'm
get to
here.
see you. I want to touch you in the flesh, John.
We want to hug
I'm
you again,
sick.
John.
You don't want what I have.
I
My
wanna
nose is
grab you
running
by-
all the time. My voice is all gravelly.
I want to grab you
have
by the
sore
scruff of your
throats.
neck and say, hey there, John.
Let's caress your face, John.
Yeah, we want to caress John.
No, you don't, because you'll get sick, you idiots.
I don't care about none of that.
Oh, that's right. I thought you're the generation all about the science and wearing your masks.
You're the
Apparently
one
that's
who's
all
working
over.
from home, you soft-ass lib. Come to work like a real man. Michael would never skip out on us.
Yeah, woke John.
Yeah, who's the baby now, John? It's you. Or is it Lane Kiffin?
Nice.
That's what we do in the biz, folks.
The Lane train is headed to Baton Rouge.
Choo-choo.
The conversation. Can we just put a full stop to this right now?
To what?
The idea that he should have been allowed to stay and coach Ole Miss in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to get any argument from me.
That is the dumbest.
Honestly, you only had a couple of people even saying it, and it was so obvious why they were saying it.
Well, you had
they're
the whole
all-
damn panel on ESPN talking about it on Saturday.
Yep.
And you had others that were, in what world do you quit, leave, go to a rival? Go to a rival. This is not Scott Frost leaving Central Florida.
Correct.
Okay? Different circumstances. Nebraska and Central Florida weren't playing in the same league. There was no rivalry there. They don't compete for the same titles, or at least the same conference titles. This idea that he should have been allowed to coach his boys. You know what he should have done? He should have stayed
He wanted to coach him
to coach his own boys. But he decided, no, I don't want this team or this school or this situation anymore. I want that one. I don't want to live in this house, in this part of the neighborhood. I want to live in that house, in that part of the neighborhood with the big gated fence and all the gumbo munchers.
The full
That's where I want to go. So this notion that he should coach, he should be allowed to coach the game in no other profession anywhere. Would this be acceptable or this be seen as a logical move? So the notion of doing, just don't bring it up. If you don't want to sound like a dumbass, don't bring it up. And then the fact that Lane was all like, oh, I really wish I could have coached. Yeah,
Shouldn't have left.
whatever.
Shouldn't have left.
Then you shouldn't have left. You should have stayed.
Yeah.
You are in the playoff.
Yeah, I think
You're in the playoff.
I think a more interesting discussion for things now moving forward is the way he's acted now over the course of the last month, I guess is what I would say, but certainly the last 2 weeks, John. Does it change your view to the point where you look at him and say, first of all, there's been a lot of, washing of the Lane train, if you will, over recent years, right? Where we have wanted
Sure.
to, it is a fun story, right? He got into hot yoga. He lost a lot of weight. He embraced sobriety. Him and his ex-wife apparently have a really good relationship again. He's obviously very funny. He loves needling. All of these things where it's he is in a sport of not as many characters as there used to be. He is one of the few characters. And I'll be honest, I have wanted to root for the guy because he's fun. He's different. And I like that. But man, he's also acted like a complete jackass over the course of this entire situation, to the point where he is expecting it to just be given to him that not only, John, are you going to leave and you're going to go to a different school in the conference, but you're going to leave and go to a school in your own conference that is an arch rival and a long-time rival.
Yes.
I've heard some say...
This rivalry goes back decades.
Yeah, I was listening to a pod this morning with a Ole Miss grad on it, and who was like, look, I know Mississippi State is there, right? We hate LSU. At least I hate LSU more than I hate the other schools. And he expected that to happen, and that he has acted this way. It's a great job. LSU's a great job, and dumber coaches than him have won national championships. But man, I don't know. I kind of feel like I've been duped by him over the last few years for maybe wanting to buy into the story and buy into wanting him to be different, because he's not. He's the same guy he always was. Nick Saban fired him. Remember, he told him to pack his bags the week of the national championship game because he wasn't able to focus on Alabama and FAU. Like, imagine if Ole Miss would have even considered such a thing. I'm happy that they stood their ground, and I'm happy that it seems like a lot of the players aren't going to follow him along too. It sucks. I feel terrible for the fan base, and I feel terrible for the players, because you have a dream season. Literally, I mean, the best season in certainly the modern era, in the post-integration era, easily the best season in the history of the program. And now, I mean, I don't think that they were going to win the national championship anyway, but now I'd be very hard-pressed to imagine that they can, because I do think he's that good of a coach. And so that part really sucks. It really, really sucks for the entire situation down there. Except for him, he's getting the bag. Congratulations, you got.
I mean, he's getting the bag now. You know, he would have gotten the bag at Ole Miss. And listen, this isn't to say that a guy doesn't have a right to make a move, but I also don't want to hear about the calendar. Oh, it's that calendar. That dadgum calendar just keeps getting in the way. You know who helped put that calendar together? Coaches. The calendar that everyone's got a problem with? The coaches. You don't think they had some input on where some of these things fell? You know, it's the people who run this sport. How many times do I have to rail on these people that run this sport? Have them don't know their rear end from third base. But this falls partially on them. You're not going to be able to build a perfect calendar. You know what can help control the calendar? Stop firing coaches in the middle of the season. Have a designated hiring period like they have in the NFL. Have no tampering like they have in the NFL. We talk about what the players should have to do and having collective bargaining. Well, maybe we need to think about that for the coaches as well, where, hey, there's no tampering. You know, if the Pittsburgh Steelers want to tamper and, you know, get John Harbaugh away from the Ravens, guess what? There's rules against that. Can't do it. Or if you do, there's going to be penalties. You're going to lose things. You're going to give up draft picks. You got to pay back some kind of restitution. Maybe we need to institute that. But no, they don't want to do that. That's going to take away my freedom to go get a giant bag somewhere else. But don't talk to me about your stupid calendar. You helped create the stupid calendar. And
also, John,
no one is forcing anybody to take these jobs. No one's forcing anybody to give these jobs up. No one is forcing anybody to do anything on a timeline of someone else's creation. If Lane Kiffin wanted to tell LSU, I'm waiting until my run's over. I'll listen to you. I'll talk to you, but I'm going to wait until this run's over. But he decided not to do that because that's not the way the game is played. Well, if they wanted him bad enough, they would have paid him. But listen, don't talk to me about should be able to coach your players, because that's BS. No one else and no other business would do that. And don't talk to me about your stupid calendar, because you helped create this mess in the first place.
Also, man, I don't want to hear any more about players. And I don't want to hear about people bitching about players and how they're ruining the sport of college
There's no
football.
loyalty. They get it from the adults.
Bingo. The coach just literally gave up on his team as they're approaching the most important part of the season. You know, like, this is the time when you want to, I don't know, man. The goal for sports are to win championships. He had a chance to win a championship and he bailed on his team. So I don't want to hear about loyalty anymore with players, because the coaches don't have any loyalty either.
Imagine if
he just bailed on his kid.
If the Bears make the NFC Championship and Ben Johnson said, I think I'm going to take that Steelers job now. You don't do it. No one does that.
Yeah, well, college coaches do. And this is the funny part is, we had heard for like months in the lead up to this season, and as the year got going, and it's like, man, how long do you think it's going to be before a coach bails on his team during the 12-team playoff? But wouldn't you know, it happens now. You know, we didn't even have to wait for this. You know, this isn't a year or two or three or four down the road. Now, I mean, in a way, it's going to give everybody permission to do this moving forward.
But don't worry, because Lane's still going to get his bag. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? As part of the term sheet that Lane Kiffin signed, he's going to get bonuses from LSU for how far Ole Miss advances in this year's playoff. They're basically going to pay him the bonuses he would have gotten from Ole Miss based on what Ole Miss decides to do without him in the playoff.
That's insane. That's so weird.
So I also don't want to hear these schools crying poor. If you can pay out somebody else's bonus for doing something you didn't do at a school that's not yours, really?
That shouldn't be allowed.
Well, I mean, they can do whatever they want.
They can do whatever they want. They could give him a bonus if he decides to, eat Raisin Canes 3 times a week.
NRG Media
your Canes bonus. Here's your $1 million.
Could give me bonuses for every time the Cowboys beat last year's Super Bowl participants, for example, Nick. I would have gotten 2 bonuses over the last week.
I get that, but I feel like this is different in the fact that Ole Miss and LSU are rivals. They're competitors, right?
Yeah, but what is that? Again, it can be legal.
Right, but what I'm saying is if Ole Miss decides they want to spite Lane and Tank just because he's not going to do that, that helps them. That helps LSU.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that, Nick.
The player, first of all, Ole Miss doesn't. Ole Miss wants to win.
Yeah, they want to
win. In fact,
win.
they want this worse than anything. They would more than love for this to turn into a Bill Frieder, Steve Fisher situation. You go back to 1989. Yep. Michigan's going to the NCAA tournament. Bill Frieder is the coach. Bill Frieder takes a job at Arizona State. Bo Schembechler puts his foot down and says, no, you're not going to get to coach this team in the tournament. Pack your bags, head down to Tempe. Steve Fisher takes over. They win the 1989 championship.
Mm-hmm. It's stupid. Just say it's stupid.
It is stupid.
They're not going to tank just so he doesn't get a bonus.
I wasn't saying they were going to, but I'm saying it kind of prevents them from doing that.
But they
weird.
wouldn't.
It's like a no-lose scenario for LSU is all I'm getting at.
Sure, but it's their money. They can do whatever they want with it.
Sportsmanship-wise, it shouldn't be allowed.
What does that mean?
Just call it what it is.
Just say it's stupid.
It is stupid.
Okay, then stop there.
Stupid. It's just another.
You're creating weird
another
scenarios.
enticement to get Lane Kiffin to sign the contract.
They're just trying to sweeten the honey pot for him.
Yeah, they're trying to look like the good guy. Hey, Lane, we'll take care of you, even though your team's not going to be your team anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, don't cry poor to me.
Mark emails in Equitable Bank inbox. Lane creates his own BS and drama, then acts like he's not at fault. No way would I allow him to coach in the playoffs, and I hope he fails miserably at LSU. I'll be rooting for Ole Miss in the playoffs just to spite Lane. Though apparently not to spite Lane's bank account. Yeah, you know that meme, John, where it's like the guy and he turns and he shoots the person and he turns and he's like, why would anybody do that? Or whatever. Like, that's what Lane just did. Like, dude, this is your choice. Make your choice and just move on with it. That's the thing. Just own it and move forward.
Here's the other stupid thing that's on the horizon. I just bring this up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it is college sports, and college sports are run by dumb people.
Here we go.
Brett McMurphy this morning tweeted that they talked to somebody at Circa, one of the biggest odds makers in the United States, said they would downgrade Ole Miss up to 4 points without Lane Kiffin.
Oh, so you're saying they're the playoff
and then surmises could the selection committee do the same in their rankings?
I thought we already talked about this a couple of weeks ago that people were wondering if LSU or if Ole Miss was going to get docked if he wasn't.
But now that you're getting people who actually put handicaps on these games, admitting we would dock them this many points, could that influence committee members to look at Ole Miss differently as a team? I don't know if they will. In my opinion, they better not. I have always been consistent on this. You do not factor in injuries, and you do not factor in coaching changes. You put a team where they belong based on what they did in the season. That has always been my standpoint. I'll stick with that until it's done. But you don't dock teams based on what you think might happen, because guess what? Ole Miss is not going to play any games without Lane Kiffin until the playoffs start, because you have no idea what they're going to look like. Hell, maybe they'll be better.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but sucks.
It does suck. All right, still to come. It's a Michael Severe Monday.
Nice.
And we've got some firm and soft.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy, the NFL season rolling on. We have about a month left in the regular season, and right now you can go to Underdog, and you can do so in Nebraska, make picks, and win money, including up to 5,000 times your cash. There's a game tonight between the New York Football Giants, the New England Patriots, a rematch of a couple of those big games over the last 15, 20 years. Maybe you like Drake May. Higher or lower on passing yards. He's got a little scoot to his game. Maybe you're taking a look at what he could do on the ground. Maybe you're looking at a wide receiver, whatever it is. Just download that app today, again, in Nebraska, and win some money.
Yes, and use our promo code at sign up. It's 1620 The Zone. You'll score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620 The Zone. Again, 1620 The Zone at sign up. Just go to UnderdogFantasy.com or download the Underdog app today. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. I don't know if people got some crazy pills or just some stupid juice over the weekend for Thanksgiving.
What is triggering you now?
I love stupid juice.
Trenton says, John, I've listened to you make game predictions based on injuries and coaching changes. You're saying if you're a committee member, you change your line of thinking? Trent, that's a prediction. That's me predicting something. When you're picking teams for a playoff, you're not picking them based on a prediction. You're picking them based on what they have done and if they have earned their way into said spot. This is not about a prediction. So they're different things. I don't believe that a team should be punished because a coach isn't there anymore or a player is gone. If they earned their way in, and yes, I'm making Florida State's argument for them from a couple of years ago. They should have been in. They earned their way there. They were an undefeated Power 4 champion. They should have been there. Would they have gotten their doors blown off? Probably. But don't come at me telling me about all this, well, we got to make these playoffs great. Yeah, we're about to have 4 conference championship games this weekend, of which one of them features the number 1 and the number 2 ranked team, and there's never been a less consequential 1 versus 2 game in the history of college football. Yet we're still playing the game. So it's based on what a team has done. I don't want Ole Miss getting punished just because their coach decided in the midstream just to say, I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm gone. I philosophically disagree with that. Maybe you don't, but I do.
I can't wait to watch you and Michael yell at each other. I might just turn off my microphone in 10 minutes when he joins us.
It'll be great.
Again, you're picking playoff teams. You're not making predictions. Those are two different things. Two different things.
You know what's going to be interesting is I don't know if we're ultimately going to know, barring the committee members saying, what they did or didn't do based off of the Lane Kiffin of it all.
Right.
I don't know if we're going to know. I mean, I guess if they're like an 11 seed, that would tell quite the story. If they're ranking, last week, and by last week, I mean, 6 days ago, Tuesday is way different than tomorrow. I think that we'll start having an idea. I'm going to guess that given that they were so good in terms of record wise, they are not going to change that much from last week to tomorrow to Sunday, and that they will host a home game. Like, I'm really happy in all honesty that they are not on that 10-2 line with a bunch of other
teams.
That'd
be different.
Because I bet they would get left out, and then people would just have conspiracy theories. And the committee would be like, oh, no, it was about X, Y, or Z. I'm happy that they're 11-1, so at least we don't have to have that conversation. Again, I feel terrible for the players. I feel terrible for the fan base. I cannot imagine having the greatest regular season of your life, and then it comes to a crashing halt like this. Like, it blows.
Well, then that can kind of lead off soft and firm, because soft.
Oh!
What a disaster this sport is turning into. The Nicole Auerbach tweet about how the ACC needs to change its tiebreaker rules to basically shoehorn Miami in to the ACC championship over Duke. You don't change the rules midstream. That's should be rule number
not to
one
defend, and I'm not defending her. You didn't get this fired up about the Big Ten doing the same thing for Ohio State back during COVID, did you? Because they did change their rules. And they shoehorned the Buckeyes in, and I thought,
of course, it was, and it was dumb.
Oh, I thought that you and I both liked that move at the time.
COVID shouldn't count.
Fair, but I don't think we complained about it with Ohio State. That's all I'm going to say.
Listen, it's well, but that was also unequal number of games played, and it was
the stupid thing that the ACC has is their tie-breaking scenario is dumb, and that is where you and I.
Who called that a shot a few years ago? Hello. Who called that shot? Who said these conferences are too big? They don't have divisions anymore. We got stupid tiebreakers. Who was the one that was standing on his gold-plated soapbox telling the whole damn world, don't get rid of these divisions. You're not going to be able to come up with a decent tiebreaker scenario. And look who won the pony.
I'm going to
play my music. I'm going to ride in on my pony.
So maybe
play my music, Nick.
Maybe they
Let's
should
go.
change the tie-breaking scenarios.
Yeah, here I come, banging my coconuts, telling the world I was right. I was right. Now I'm rooting for Duke. I want Duke to win.
I told you
we
that
get
this was
two G5 teams in the playoff.
If that happens, I want John to go back in time and apologize to me, because when I brought this scenario up 3 weeks ago, it's like, that wouldn't happen. That won't happen. That won't happen.
What are you talking about?
We discussed this, and I said, if Duke wins, we're probably going to have two G5s in. And
I didn't think Duke was going to get in.
Well, maybe you should listen to me a little bit more.
I never listen to you because you're normally wrong. And you spoil surprises, and you ruin people, and you hurt people's feelings, and they didn't have time to tell their daughters, and everything got ruined.
I do ruin things.
We needed to save this anger for the Michael segment. You've just wasted some of his anger energy.
Really have. Soft, John's reactions to college football every day of every week of every month of every year for the rest of my life.
Is it not stupid?
It's a very dumb sport. But
Thank you.
Here's what you should do.
Well, but we have to defend it at all costs. All right,
no.
Play the music. Josh, ride your pony. Here we go.
John, here's what you do.
There you go.
If you think it's so dumb, just laugh at it. Why
I am.
No,
I am laughing.
Is
This
he
is
laughing?
me having fun with
Doesn't
it.
feel like
this
laughing.
I was just riding this imaginary pony.
You have a weird form of laughter.
Why is it got to be a pony?
You seem angry all the
Get
time.
a full-grown horse.
I just like making fun of things, and I do it in this way. Sue me.
Along those lines, making fun of things. Soft. Nebraska's defensive line.
Ooh.
I'm so sick of some of the offseason narrative stuff. Like, I love saying I told you so. And, man, there were people who had some really dumb opinions about that run defense for months, and I never understood it. Absolutely never understood it. And, of course, it peaks with what happened over the last 2 weeks. And that, John, that quarterback draw, I think it was – let's see. I was moving right to left, so I can't remember what quarter it was, but where Gronowski basically waited for his blocker in front of him he's just follow and follow, and I think he went right, and I think it was Watson Trent went his right, so Gronowski's left. Just went right on in. It's just it's dispiriting, man. It's depressing. Nebraska's run defense soft all damn year. All damn year.
Firm. ESPN was soft on Kiffin because they wanted the access.
Oh, 100%. Plus, they're all close. They all have the same agents.
They all have the same agents, but
CAA, baby.
Who was the guy who got the first exclusive interview?
Marty Smith.
Marty Smith, who was entrenched down in Oxford all weekend. And the ESPN knew that they could get the access to them if they played nice.
And they did.
And they played
That's
nice.
why you shouldn't watch those stupid shows. That's why I
watch
don't
it for the
watch
field goal
them.
contest and the prediction
Don't
segment.
watch it for
It's
the-
on in the background. It makes.
I'm not talking to you, John. I'm talking to everybody.
It's good background.
People
It's good
need
background
to stop
noise.
watching that show. It's a bad show. Firm. You know, we said before the year, John, we talked about the records and will we know if they take a step forward? Will we know if they have taken a step back? And I think we said that the 7-5 record would have been this kind of mushy number. Where it's like, I'm firm on knowing that they didn't take a step forward and they did take a step back. I'm firm. This 7-5, not all 7-5s are created equal. This 7-5 sucked. This is a terrible 7-5. We had the numbers earlier. Don't need to repeat them already. Go click on my Husker Max column. I have more of them in there for you. But in all seriousness, like this was a super, super, super disappointing 7-5 season. Super disappointing.
Firm. Emmett Johnson has nothing left to prove in college football.
Yeah, I'll retweet you there.
He is. He ends the year. Thanks again to Stu Manji, who's been in his lab all weekend. He had 82.8% of the running back carries this year. Needless to say, no one has ever had this much. 82.8% of the running back carries came from one guy. Would you like to guess who number 2 was on the list and how many carries they had?
I believe it would have been Mekhi Nelson was number 2. And
Wrong! He was number 4.
Wait, in just terms of raw carries?
Carries.
You're talking about running backs or just on the whole team?
Running backs, just the running backs. Just talking to running back room. Running back room only.
Wow. Okay, that stuns me.
You have 2 other running backs.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, gosh, now I'm trying to remember when the last.
You're trying to remember who the other running backs
honestly,
are?
now it's slipping my brain, and I feel
It's
like
Mosey.
Thank you. Okay.
Mosey had 19 carries.
When's the last time he had a carry?
I don't remember.
Maybe he got one against Iowa.
And remember, Quentin Ives had 16 carries. Mekhi Nelson had 15 carries.
Good Lord.
That's for the season. That's your numbers 2, 3, and 4 running backs.
Hey, you know what? Shout out to Nebraska. They knew they didn't need a backup running back because they were just going to give the ball to Emmett Johnson the entire time.
We always talk about what ifs from, oh man, what if Nebraska would have caught that Hail Mary, or what if that field goal would have gone in, or what if that
What if
penalty
Sue
hadn't
waits
been
just
called?
a half second longer to go after Cole McCoy in the 2009 Big 12 championship game and Nebraska wins? Just Nebraska leave the
Here's a
conference.
what if.
I ask
What if
myself that all the time.
What if he stays in the portal?
What if Emmett Johnson doesn't finish the season?
Well, that's rude. What are you saying there? What are
I'm
you
just
saying?
saying
You're
how
gonna break
bad.
his leg?
I'm saying how
Sean
bad would
Walker
this year have
voice
been?
Would have been a real shame.
How bad would this year have been? Thank God he was as durable as any running back we've had in a while.
Yeah, that's
around
true.
these here parts.
Firm. College football's calendar is broken, and we don't have the time right now, but I am going to lay out a plan to fix it later this week.
Nice.
I am going to fix college football's
Or are you going to add another month?
No, into the world, John. No, there will not be 13 months in the
If there's any group of people on planet Earth that would try to do it, it'd be the people that run college football.
I am going to fix college football's calendar.
Involve moving Army Navy to like July?
It's involving firing that damn game into the sun, Nick, because who gives a
Oh,
rip?
you guys and your communism. I mean, if this were the the Politburo versus the communists, you'd
Don't
be
get that
all
reference,
for
John.
it.
Why wouldn't you want America's game to be on America's Day? Also,
Because
your
you can't. You don't play football in July.
4th.
Yeah,
you play
can.
baseball in July. You don't play football in July. You want these guys to overheat and die?
Except for a special one-off. You could play it in Alaska where it's still a little chillier. You can play it at midnight where the sun will still
You guys
be up.
are just
Play it in
terrible.
the mountains. Go to Denver.
There you go. Play it up on the mountains.
You know, I'm going to launch you two in.
Gandalf.
I'm going to launch you two in the sun.
You got to be here first, Softy. Drive your ass down to Omaha for once, and maybe you can.
Up to Omaha.
Up to Omaha. Up and over to Omaha.
Again, moron! You don't even know what direction you're going.
That's somewhere.
Typical millennial. Oh, which way am I going?
If
I
you
don't know.
drive-
I just turned here
Hey,
at the Popeyes.
If you go down,
and then I wait in
eventually-
line for 3 days for my food.
You go down, eventually you'll get back up. By the way, Popeyes on Friday, 2 minutes in and out. I mean, now Rick Pitino thinks that's a long time, but
Yeah, I
easy
mean,
peasy.
did you enjoy all your thighs?
No.
No.
Because they didn't give us any thighs. Those jerks. I was so triggered.
Oh, what? You got bad service.
But
Color me
The
shocked.
fries were amazing, though.
What difference does it make if you got
throw
your
this
food
remote
in
at your
2
head.
minutes
I'm not
if it's the
ashamed.
wrong
I won't take it.
food?
I mean, we got 14 pieces or
You
10
just
pieces. or
indicted your entire love of Popeyes. You just indicted that.
Yeah, I
with one
still like the
statement.
other pieces too. It was tasty.
So what did you end up getting?
We got a 10-piece. We Happer and I bought it for our great producers, Joey and Jake, who had done wonderful jobs doing the pregame show. Oh, here's one more. Firm on nobody knowing what time 16:20 the pregame is on, except for me.
And me.
And Nick and Jake. John's like, hey, the show's starting now. It's 8 a.m. Michael's sitting there with his headphones on.
Why
at
aren't we
8 a.m.
going?
Why
Why
are
is
we
it
going?
starting?
Why aren't we going? I don't know, Michael, because it always starts 2.5 hours before the game.
That explains why Michael was already there by the time I showed up.
Yeah,
Michael's always there early. Don't you know this about Michael? He loves to show up early.
I beat him there on these early morning games.
I couldn't believe it. He's sitting there with his headphones on. I'm like, man, he's like really ready to go.
Uh-huh.
And then
that was
the show on YouTube was scheduled to start at 8. Like everything was at 8.
Also in vertical mode.
That's what happened.
Yeah,
when
John
you-
made the vertical
here,
stream.
Here, I'm trying to help you guys, and I'm sorry I was a little off. You know, being in the Pacific time zone, I'm just not used to it, you know, and I didn't know my times. I didn't know if it was
Yeah.
2.5 hours.
We could tell.
And that's what happens when you tweet and you schedule a tweet after you've had 2 margs.
Mm.
And they were very good margs, by the way.
Of
Very-
course.
I had Mexican food for Thanksgiving.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, happy thing. Sad Mexican food watching the Ravens and the Bengals.
Hey, speaking of Mr. 8 o'clock, it's time for a break so we can talk to him.
Yep. Yeah. We'll be back at after this on 1620 in the zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I don't know. I don't like that severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash. Oh. This kid, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about Fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael's black.
Michael Severe, ladies and gentlemen, host of Severe Reaction. Was it the last show of the season? I don't know.
Oh no.
Michael doesn't know either.
Oh, wait, we don't know. That was like
I
a joke.
didn't realize there wasn't a Severe Reaction last year after the bowl game because it was on a Saturday, so, right? The bowl game was on a Saturday, so we need to all sign the petition. Do one of them online petitions. You youngs, you like to do your online petitions. Make sure you do a petition. Have Michael do a Severe Reaction after the Detroit Bowl or whatever they're
The
playing.
funny part is that old man Doug sends me a note that morning and says, "Hey, are you doing Severe Reaction?" And I said, "No, Stacy told me there wasn't one." And he goes, "I would have sponsored it." And I was like, "Well, somebody should have had a conversation about that beforehand because I'm not in town. I'm not anywhere near. I wasn't in Nebraska for that particular bowl game." So, anyway,
well, we got the first word today, the first of many changes many changes we're expecting. Are you surprised that John Butler was the first? And are you surprised it came this soon?
no, I said last week on Severe Reaction that I thought that he would get relieved of his duties only because of something I've talked about a lot is that, the one thing that Matt Rule is really serious about and has done well at it was, a good run defense throughout his career, no matter where he was. And he believes in it. And when you have that kind of run defense, and it's that embarrassing, and I know that obviously the defensive line didn't play like I thought it was, but you have to blame somebody, and you can blame the players, I guess, but for Van Poppel going backwards, for Keona Davis for most of the season, not playing anywhere as well as he played as a freshman, Williams Nwaneri not basically doing anything in the month of November, not getting what you thought you get out of Deshaun McCullough, Willis McGahee not even playing anymore, going to red shirt. I mean, these are all guys who, most of those guys who was here showed potential last year. And you said, okay, one more year with development and coaching, and they're going to be a lot better. And it was just the opposite. So I thought either they'd fire the defensive coordinator first, and then I thought maybe the defensive line coach, but now everybody I've talked to who goes to practice says that he's really good, that Bratton's good, and that he holds those guys accountable, and they don't believe it's on him. They think it's more scheme and what they decided to run with the personnel they had. And we've seen that, right? We've been here at Nebraska. We saw 02 to 03. We obviously saw 69 to 70, right? 1969 to 1970. We saw 1992 to 1993. So we've seen it simply being more about scheme. And that's what I'm being told, that it's more just about those guys don't fit what they're trying to play more than anything else. And that's why it was the way it was. And the guy in charge of the scheme is the guy that has defensive coordinator behind his name.
You still think that Braden will probably be on the outs, though, right?
I thought so. Talking to people yesterday morning, I don't know. I don't know because, like they said, they really like the idea of his connections in Kansas City. They like the fact that he's going to be a really good recruiter. And they don't necessarily blame him for the way the defensive line played. And so maybe, I don't know. I would have said to you after the Minnesota game for sure. After the Minnesota game and the way that preparation was handled, I thought for sure he was out. And now I'm not as sure because people talk about, again, how good he is in practice, how good of a teacher he is. He's obviously just learning the college game because he's only been in it for 1 year. But I don't know. I can't say that. I would have said 6 weeks ago, yeah, for sure.
But, Michael, if you're doing it right, in my view, doing it right is you go out, You find your coordinator.
Yep.
They they have a plan. They have a type of player they want. They have a type of coach. They have a type of teacher that they want.
Sure.
And whoever that coordinator is, maybe they do retain a guy. Maybe, a guy like Dvorak, who's been around the block, been around the program, can be, integrated in. But at the end of the day, it should be up to whoever that coordinator is, offensive or defensive, who they want teaching those valuable roles. And so maybe, if Matt Rule, because it felt to me that John Butler was kind of an experimental hire where, he's a guy who hadn't done it in over a decade. He was an NFL guy. The defensive backs really liked him. So, why not? And I got Phil Snow here, my consigliere. We can take care of all this. We can get through this. But now they need to go out and find a guy, a real experienced defensive coordinator who gets what they need to do. And whoever that person is needs to be the one that says, I need that guy to help teach my D-line. I need that guy to help teach my linebackers. I need that guy for my secondary.
I completely understand what you're saying. Yeah, you bring a coordinator in, he should be able to hire the people who fit him. Outside of the wide receivers coach, who have you seen get hired here at Nebraska and them make a chance, them pick who they want other than what Rule has picked? So he brought in Tony White, and Tony White didn't get to pick who he wanted. It was the people that Matt Rule hired. Hogerson comes in, he picks one, but he keeps the offensive line coach is the same, running back coach is the same, tight end coach is the same. None of that changes. So I don't know if that's something that Matt Rule
have to change.
Is Matt Rule going to hire that person though? Is he going to hire somebody? Is he going to hire somebody like a Justin Wilcox who's going to want to come in here and bring all his own guys in? Is he going to hire that guy? I think there was a good reason last year why he hired a guy that wouldn't force him to move anybody. Because I think that's the way he is. I think he's that way. He wants to have his guys, and he wants to have guys who played for him or coach for him. And usually he wants young guys who are going to work really hard. That's what he wants. Is that right? No, probably not. But that's what he's done. Will he go out and hire a defensive coordinator who's got a lot of experience, who has maybe even been a head coach and wants all his own guys? I don't know. I haven't seen him do it. We haven't seen him do it. He hasn't even done it in other places. He didn't do it at Baylor.
Right. But now he's in a unique spot, right? Because he didn't get the year 3 bounce. And he's either not going on to his next job like he did when he was at Baylor and went to Carolina. He got the year 4 at Temple and basically did what he did at Temple and then went one step further. But this is kind of unprecedented territory where he didn't get the year 3 bounce. And he might be hearing, he might not be feeling the heat, but he's probably hearing the heat that maybe this is that, come to Jesus light turns on moment that says, maybe I need to change my approach a little bit and be a little more, deflective towards, hey, what do you need? And I'll help you go get it.
And again, like I said, all that makes sense, John. Who is in control of this program? The guy they gave 2 more years to on his contract. He's in control of this program. There's nobody else. And that's a hard way to think about it, but he is. He is right now, the people with their backs up against the wall are not the head coach. They're everybody else. The university has their backs up against the wall, hoping he can get it done because they put everything they have into this guy. Now, he's never seemed to me to be a guy who doesn't believe his way is the right way. And so because of that, I think he would stick with the way he does things. Is it the right thing to do? No. Again, I didn't understand hiring a defensive coordinator who hadn't been a defensive coordinator for over a decade. And when he was really a fill-in defensive coordinator because nobody knew what was going to happen when Bill O'Brien was hired at Penn State, and a guy who was dependent on being a defensive backs coach. And then you hire, like I said last week, 2 more guys who have no experience to take over, at least in college, to take over your outside rusher and your defensive line. I don't know if Matt Rule will have that come to Jesus because who is pushing him? At least with Jesus, there was God over him. Who's over him? Who? He's got them. He's in complete control right now, and he has to make the decision. And hopefully he talks to some people who say, look how this didn't go well. You need to do something different. And he decides to do something different.
But that could limit the number of candidates or the kind of candidates he gets.
Both ways.
You mentioned Wilcox. Other people are mentioning Jim Leonard, who right now is with the Denver Broncos, certainly the former DC at Wisconsin.
Jeff Collins' name has come up.
Yeah, I have to imagine.
Mark Stoops.
I have to imagine those types of candidates are going to be very specific about what I need. And if you're gonna overlook me, you're either going to have to pay me a lot more to not do things exactly my way, or I'm going to do things exactly my way.
It depends on what they're going for. If Jim Leonard's, and I believe his goal is to be a head coach in college. If his goal is to be a head coach in college, the best way probably for him to do that is to be a successful defensive coordinator in college. So if it allows him to come back here and put that towards his resume to become a head coach, he might give up a couple of things to keep some of the people. John, we've seen this. John and Josh, we've seen this throughout the hirings ever since Frank Solich was. Well, hell, when Frank Solich was hired, he had to keep guys, right? Hey, keep it together, keep it going, keep it the same way. Every coach pretty much, even Bill Callahan kept Turner Gill. He probably didn't want to keep Turner Gill, but he kept Turner Gill out of the idea that it's Nebraska. I hope he cleans house based off of what his DC says they want. I hope he does that. I just don't think the history has shown us that. And, history's not always right, but the history has shown us that he necessarily do that.
Michael, one more on defense, and I just want to look at Friday because we barely even talked about the game. What the hell happened on that side of the ball? I know that none of us saw 38 offensive points for the Hawkeyes coming. What happened for the bottom to fall out to that degree?
No, I mean, the analytics told you it was going to be 30-20 Nebraska, right? And so if you went 30-20, you got the over, you got the cover, and you got the win. Two things I think really happened in Nebraska. One, at 13-10, right? They have the lead. I'm sure they're feeling pretty good about themselves. And they had a drive that was almost like they weren't on the field, right? And I think sometimes when you have a team whose confidence isn't very good, especially coming off of what happened at Penn State, they pretty much fell apart. And they started trying to do things individually where they weren't doing things as a team. They started taking themselves out of position. The defensive line really started struggling at that point. Because at that point, they had two stops, right? They stopped Iowa twice. Even after the long kickoff return, they forced a field goal, and a punt return, they forced a field goal. I think they were feeling good, but as soon as that drive that Iowa had, that was 75 yards in like 5 plays or whatever it was, I think right after that they kind of lost their confidence, and then they really fell apart after the safety, after Barney. And that, again, it's an 8-point game. You're in the game. Yep. You've been moving the ball. You have 3 field goals instead of 3 touchdowns. You have 1 touchdown. You should have scored more points in the first half. And then all of a sudden you're down 10. And I think all the energy out of the stadium went away. It just was a different feeling after that safety happened. It was all like everybody said to themselves, oh, that's the play that's happened the last 2 years against Iowa that essentially cost you the game. It just happened. Mm-hmm. It's obviously over. I think there was kind of a rock going down the hill, just gathering both speed and size and just run over them.
Well, and it was the side of football or the phase of football that's been the most consistent and the one that everyone had pinned their hopes on. It was special teams. And for it to happen yet again, where a special teams gaffe either, leads to offensive points or directly to points in the case of the safety, I think that's when all confidence was lost. Like, man, we can't even do it with this phase, which has been so good to us all year.
As I told Josh on Friday morning, the 2 things I thought Nebraska had an advantage at. I thought they had advantage or even, return game, special teams. And then I thought Nebraska's wide receivers had the opportunity to make plays against Iowa's defensive backs, and they didn't. We're talking 5 passes over 15 yards, 0 for 5. 4 of those hit the receivers in the hands. Quinn Clark jumped too soon. Young kid, still should have caught the ball. Dane Cook should have made catches when the ball hits his hands. Dane Key, Dane Cook. Bad comedian, worst wide receiver.
Too. That was hilarious.
Worst wide receiver.
Yeah, dude, he closed his hands too soon on one of them, Michael.
Yeah.
Like, I was just like, oh my God.
I think he was trying to beat the defensive back to get into his hands. So, the best wide receivers, when you start looking at what they do the best wide receivers have late hands. They do 2 things really well. They don't do Barney Rubble. I don't know if you guys, I'm not if you're old enough to watch the Flintstones, but when Barney Rubble ran, his arms were straight out, right? Your arms don't come out until the ball's there. You want late hands. And so I think a couple times, Dane Key got his hands up trying to beat the defensive back, but you got to wait. You got to wait because he's watching you. If he's in phase, he's watching your eyes, he's watching your hands. You've got to give him the last second for him to try to get through you, and he didn't do that. Even Isaiah Hunter had an opportunity to catch a ball that I thought he should have made the catch. Defensive back made maybe a nice play. But those are the things I thought Nebraska had advantages of. They give up a safety on one of them. They give a 51-yard return to a guy you should never kick the ball to. And on the play, you also have a face mask, still force a field goal. And their wide receivers didn't make 50-50 ball catches. And then when your quarterback gets hurt, you feel that you don't trust your backup enough to put him in. You go with Harburg, who you haven't let really been a quarterback all year. I don't understand the decision-making that happened in the second half. If he was so bad, if he was injured so much that TJ could not run what they wanted to run, then you bring somebody else in. How often do you see coaches say, it's next man up, it's next man up, it's next man up? Well, that's fine. Your next man is Grandpa. Bring Grandpa in. Give him a shot. At least he could move in the pocket and get away from Iowa's defensive linemen that are chasing him.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, and this is a just quick aside, who's going to start the bowl game? Is Latif going to be healthy by then, or are they going to have to go with Gramstad?
He said two different things. He said he hurt his hamstring, and then he said he had tightness. Yeah. Those are different. Did he actually pull his hamstring? Or was he like Kenneth Williams a couple of weeks ago where he woke up with tightness, or he had tightness, and he was worrying about pulling it? If he pulled it, yeah, that's 4 to 6 weeks. He's probably not going to do much. But if it was just tightness where he was concerned about pulling his hamstring and limiting what he was going to do, then that's a different case. Then that's only, that's a few days, a week to get back from that.
Not to get too far off the subject, but our plane landed, and literally the first tweet that I saw said something about Latif's out of the tent and he's got a knee brace. Was there ever a knee brace?
No, that was his hand. He initially went there because of his hand. He got his hand hit. It was a really good replay, by the way, from the TV coverage of a TV game that wasn't great. He got hit on his hand, and that's what he initially went there for.
By the way,
we didn't know anything about John. We knew nothing about the hamstring, nothing about it until literally the post game presser.
Yeah, you thought the whole time you thought it was a knee or something like that.
Yeah, and you thought
based on a tweet,
and you thought he was fine because they left him in there. They did stop running any kind of sprint out stuff, so maybe you thought of that. But I mean, nobody knew it was a hamstring until after the game was over, or he was even really injured outside of his hand.
By the way, if you want a really sobering look, I have pulled up the game-by-game logs of the top 3 receivers.
Yeah.
The last 100-yard game by any receiver was Hunter, 125 against Maryland.
And 75 was on, or 65 was on a screen?
One catch,
yeah.
The next best game in terms of yards, Hunter had 70 against Northwestern. But Barney had the 55-yard game against Penn State. He didn't equal 55 yards in the other 5 games, all talking about the back half of the season. Dane Key had back-to-back 40-yard games, but only had 16 against Iowa. It felt like the receivers felt underwhelming this year, and it didn't start that way.
No.
Barney was on pace to just have a hellacious year, right? He had 132 against Akron. He had 120 against Michigan. He had broken a kick or a punt return that got called back, but you thought, oh man, he's due. He's going to get one.
And John,
he had one touchdown the whole rest of the year, and that was the shorty against UCLA.
Yeah, in an early part of the season, it was like one game would have one guy step up, another would have a different. So it was like, wow, all year long, like you're never going to know which receiver they're going to target, and then it just completely dropped.
Minnesota turned the season. Minnesota
really
was the game where Dylan Raiola missed Dane Key twice. Missed him once on the one throw he cannot make, and that's the throw to the end zone. And then on a deep ball that he just completely missed him too. So those are 2 plays that should have been touchdowns for Dane Key. And I really believe from that moment on, the passing game wasn't the same. It just wasn't. I don't know if it was because Dylan Raiola lost confidence, or they lost confidence in him throwing the deep ball, so everything became much shorter, and it became look at his intermediate numbers. You know how they do it on StatCaster, they go short, medium, and they go long is 15 plus. Most of those games, he was like an 80% passer, 85% passer in short to medium, but nothing from the deep ball. And I think either they figured they couldn't get it anymore, or he couldn't do it, and they went away from it. And it completely changed what they had from those wide receivers. I cannot believe that Dane Key is just bad, because I watched him.
I know.
I watched him play against SEC competition. I know what he can do. I watch him during the game. I watch him get open. You know, what's crazy about it is, remember when a guy was your roommate, you threw the ball to him? Aren't they living together? He didn't throw the ball to him. Does he hate him? Did he cheat with his girlfriend? What happened? But he doesn't throw the ball to him. It's very strange. And then TJ, I mean, as much as you want to say about TJ and how he played or whatever else, look, man, they went from being I think they were like 410 in terms of their points per play to 2.290. I mean, that's a dramatic drop off in those last 3 games. They just didn't produce. And not saying it's all TJ's fault, because those balls should have been caught in the first half. And obviously what happened against Penn State was, again, just a game plan. It didn't seem like they were trying to win at times. But I'm with Josh. You're going into the next season with a competition if Dylan's gone, and the competition is whoever we bring in. Hopefully he can win the job. If TJ can beat him, he beats him. But you got to bring somebody in who's a starter. You got to bring in a guy who you look at and you say, okay, this guy could be a starter at 15 of the 18 programs in the Big Ten, and one of them is ours.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going after it like they talked about it a couple of weeks ago in terms of they have the money to spend now, like I want to see what that looks like with quarterback, and of course the lines. Like I'm just, Michael, I'm going to make a promise to you, to John, to our audience right now. I'm not getting excited about receivers going into next year because it's bite me in the ass now 2 straight off seasons. Yeah. I want to see what they do on the lines, and yes, I think if Dylan leaves, and I think he's going to, I want to see them go after that position like they have nobody at that position and say, we got to find the best guy for our program, whatever that looks like. And I don't know what the answer is. I threw out JKS earlier, and part of that, I just don't think Cal could ever keep good players, and they can't. Fernando Mendoza. So watch your JKS. Everybody's going to be going after him, but go after that guy.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the lines are the first place you're going to look, and it's one of the most expensive places, is you get to look for a right tackle at a minimum. And then your second place you're going to look is you got to have a pass rusher.
Yeah.
Someone to affect the quarterback in some way or another. That might be an interior guy, the rare interior guy like they have at Iowa. Iowa had 3 different guys who were over 6 sacks. So maybe you could do that. But those are the 2 spots. And then, I mean, quarterback, it's such a crapshoot because we watch all these. I watch Rourke play when he was at Ohio, right? I watched him play there, and I thought he was pretty good. Hell, he was the MAC player of the year one year in offense. I thought he was pretty good. He completely played better than I ever thought he would play when he got to Indiana. I loved Fernando Mendoza at Cal. I've liked him all season long. I'm not shocked, but at times he does things where I go, wow, he is much better than even I thought he was at Cal. And then on the other hand, you go out and you get a guy. Other teams have gone out and got guys, and you're like, okay, this guy looks really good. And then he takes that step up, and all of a sudden he's not as good. He's not the player you thought. Like Florida State is a great example, right? You thought it's a little step up, right? It's from an ACC lower ACC team to an upper ACC, but obviously didn't play like you thought he would be. So it's a crapshoot. I know that the word is somewhere between $6 and $8 million is what Sam Levitt wants. I don't know if you can spend that kind of money on a quarterback.
No,
that's NFL percentage, right? Yeah. That's NFL percentage. You're spending 25% of your cap or whatever you got on a quarterback. Right. I don't think that's going to be the case, but those guys who are hot commodities are going to ask for. I had a guy tell me a long time ago when I was in TV, when you go into contract negotiations, hopefully you have an agent. Have the agent ask for everything. Have him ask for the moon. Have him ask for things that you would never think you would get, because you never know. Hell, ask him if you can still coach the team you're leaving against, and all the way through the playoffs. Ask him for it. You never know what you might get. So I think those guys are going to be doing that. They're going to be asking for ridiculous amounts of money, and some of them are going to get it.
Yeah,
maybe from Nebraska.
You need a quarterback.
Yeah. Hey, John. So did you have a problem with? Let's go back to the NCAA tournament basketball wise. Okay, say a team like Cincinnati is the number 1 team in the country, and they lose the best player in the country, literally the player of the year. Should they stay the number 1 seed?
If they earned it, yeah.
No. They no longer have the best player in the country voted on by people who voted on the Wooden Award, and now they're going to the tournament, and you're still going to rank them in the same spot? That's utterly ridiculous.
They earned it there,
but they don't have the guy to help them earn it.
Anything based on it. If you go down a slippery slope,
there's nothing to slope. It's in the rules. It's in the rules.
That's not a rule.
It's in the rules.
That's my point.
But it's in the rules, right? Because it makes sense.
You earn. Okay,
that's ridiculous. The best way you lose your quarterback, they should be the same ranking. That's ridiculous.
It never happens in any other sport. If the Rams were to go into the NFC playoffs as the number 1 seed and Matthew Stafford gets hurt, they ain't going to change the seeding.
Well, that's dumb.
They don't do that.
You know, the seeding. You have a selection committee. You have a selection committee to be able to make that decision. But you know what's going to change? The odds makers would change it, right? They would change it. It's the same thing here.
Who won the first national championship in the expanded playoff?
Ohio State.
And what were they?
Third string quarterback. Third string quarterback.
Yes. Quarterback.
And what seed were they? What seed were they?
Right there.
Yeah, look, but what seed were they?
Well, first off, they actually got a benefit jumping in.
Yes, because they won 59-0 over Wisconsin. They had a proof game. They had a proof game.
Ohio State.
They had a proof game that showed what they can be. But you can't tell me if you have the best player or your coach who is the play caller, who designed the offense, who calls everything about your team is gone, that the people judging whether or not you get in should take that into account. They should. It's just natural. You should be taking into account.
I disagree because I think you earn your way. We're not creating these things so that a committee can predict, well, that team's going to beat that team. Their job's not to predict what's going to happen. Their job is to analyze,
pick the best teams and place them
in
the right spot. So good. So you're picking the best teams.
But guy, you're obviously not.
The placement of them is the difference. Ole Miss, what they earned is to get into the playoffs. It's the placement. The placement changes because they lost their play caller, if they lost a quarterback like Florida State. That's what changes, not the getting in.
But what? Okay,
if you had 12 teams, Florida State would have got in.
So if you're saying, so what if Ole Miss? I mean, I know they're 11-1. What if they're a 10-2? And what if they've got Texas or Miami or whoever breathing down their neck? What if they're the last team in? Are they still getting in?
Who's their other loss to? It's got to be who's your other loss.
Getting kicked out.
It's who's your other loss. It's Texas. Who's your other loss? It's Florida. So that's what hurts them. If Texas's other loss was to a better team, it'd be a different conversation. If Ole Miss's loss is to a better team, then yes, they're probably in at 10-2. If it was to Kentucky, then they're probably not in. I mean, that's what it goes to.
My whole point is you're talking about it being placement. I'm saying, what if Ole Miss is like the last team?
Well, the placement would be number 13. The place wouldn't be 12. If that was the difference, right? They would be out. Yeah. I mean, I can't make that decision based off of, I don't know who the loss was to. So would they be and would they be not? I don't know. I can tell you this, when they make these decisions, and I think I love computers. I've loved computers my whole life. I think that the strike zone should have been computers. All of that computers. I think the computers would do a better job at picking the 12. I think the computers would tell you that Miami's one of the best teams. I would not want to have to play them. I know that. I think Vandy's a team that I certainly wouldn't want to play going down the stretch. Mm-hmm. And the way that Arch Manning played the other day, I wouldn't really want to play Texas because they're explosive. They've got a fun defense. They've got a guy at every single level who can make plays. They have a wide receiver and a running back who is the fastest in the nation. And they got a quarterback all of a sudden that's playing well. I would put them in if you're talking about the best teams. But again, it's not based off of that. It's based off of the resume you were talking about, opposed to how you're playing right now.
Well, now, so are you saying it's based on computers? Most of the computer rankings, like we follow K-Ford all the time, he doesn't dock teams based on a guy who got injured.
Well, what does the BCS have right now? So they have the BCS rankings still out, right? You can look those up and it'll show you what it would be, right? I would guess that Texas, with Texas's the strength of schedule that Texas played, I would assume that Texas would be one of the teams in, because that was a big part of strength of schedule, and strength of record was a huge part of what the BCS formula was all about.
Yeah.
And of course, how bad you beat teams too back then. So I would assume they would be in.
Yeah. That BCS, the guy who runs that Twitter account, he'll put out something like tomorrow or Wednesday after the committee comes out. And there's not a lot of difference, really.
No, they're not.
I think the great thing is side by side like 3 weeks ago, and it was like 18 out of the 25 were within a spot of each other.
Florida State was one of them that wasn't, right? Because Florida State would have been in, right? So I look at not just one formula. The idea behind computers is that you can take the amalgamation of all of them, and it's not bad to have more information. Get all the information you can get, and then that should help the committee be able to determine who's in and who's not in. And I do believe that, and I know this is not a huge thing for the for college basketball, the Final 10, but I do believe the way you're playing at the end of the season, obviously with Ohio State that year, but not last year, how you're playing at the end of the season usually determines how good you're going to be in a tournament. And so there's some teams that are playing really well at the end that are not going to get in.
No, I agree.
Michael, what do you think of the Kalani Sitake potential for
Penn State? I would love that. I think
Yeah.
that'd be great. He is I used to always say, and it's changed over the years now because of the way college ball is, the number one thing you have to be as a head coach is a disciplinarian. You have to be able to be disciplined in everything you do. And that's what Sitake is. If you go and you look up any stories on him, and he is obviously he's a family first guy, right? But if you look at the way they practice, you look at the way he determines who he's going to play, you look at the way he hires coaches, this is a guy who is all about discipline. And I believe that's the number one reason. Now, it's kind of changed. Now you got to be a fundraiser. Now you got to be a PR guy. You got to be more stuff than you used to have to be. But in terms of discipline, I think he'd be great for Penn State. I would love to see that. And I think he would, with the money he would have, he'd go out and he'd hire really good coordinators.
Yeah, On3 is reporting now that I'll read the headline. BYU's Kalani Sitake emerging as top candidate at.
Yeah, it was on Football Scoop this morning, saying that it was really a conversation. They had even gone so far as to talk about who he would hire for a staff.
Yeah,
That's what it
because
said
there
on
was
Football
some reporting that came out, I think, starting yesterday that was like Penn State's holding out for somebody who's coaching in the conference championship games this weekend. And so obviously that's a much limited pool of head coaches that are doing it.
And I obviously, if they win, if BYU wins that game and they go into the playoff, then Penn State waits. I would wait for a guy like that. I think BYU probably loses that game. I don't have a ton of confidence in them, but if they win, then that's tough. You can joke about the calendar all you want, but if you're not ready to go on January 2nd, you're screwed.
Yeah,
you're screwed on January. If you're not ready to go on January 2nd here's all our money, give us all our guys. If you're not ready to go, something's keeping you away from that, you're going to be screwed as a team. You're going to lose a year.
How do you think Pat Fitzgerald's going to adjust to this new world?
I think he's the kind of guy that is going to do whatever it takes to win. And now he's got a chip on his shoulder to prove to everybody how those last 2 years at Northwestern weren't as bad as, they were bad, obviously, but it wasn't him. And I think going to a place like Michigan State, which is still not a big brother, it's a little brother in the state. But I think they have money. I think they can get talent. I would assume that he's going to do well. I don't know if he is going to run the exact same stuff he ran at Northwestern, because I think he was limited in who he could get and the talent he could get, the athleticism. So maybe he would do some more stuff highlighting athleticism, whether it be on offense or defense, that he maybe couldn't do at Northwestern. But, I mean, he's 111 and 100, I believe, is what his record is. So, I mean, he's above 500 at a place like Northwestern. You got to give him credit for that.
Yeah, and if I were him, the argument I would make for why it fell apart at the end is, hey, look, we didn't have the NIL infrastructure at a school like that. We're going to have it at Michigan State. And so I'm going to be able to adapt because I'm at a school now that will be able to adapt. I don't know if that'll actually happen, but that's the argument I would make.
And he sold the hell out of that new facility and how that was going to help and everything else. He talked about it constantly. But I know one thing, despite whatever the allegations were or anything, he's a leader of men. He is a leader of men. And you want to have a guy who's like, I think Sitake's that way too. I want a guy who's a leader of men, who is kind of a tough guy, who is a disciplinarian, who will put his foot down when he has to, make changes when he has to. I think he's that guy. So good for Michigan State. Again, I mean, Penn State, whoever they get, it's going to be a hell of an uphill climb, because you're going to walk into a job where everybody's going to expect you to win 10 games. Whoever you are, they're going to say, well, you got to win 10 games. James Franklin won 10 games. You fired him. It's going to be a hard job, whoever it is.
Yes, it is. That's what Bo Pelini and Mike Riley ran into.
Yeah. And we were joking earlier this morning with somebody about, Bo Pelini coming back here to be a defensive coordinator, but that's the guy you need to go find. You need to go find a guy who's got unique ideas about a way to run defense that's going to make, kind of like they had in 23, right? People had to adjust to what the 3-3-5 was when they played them. And you only get people one time, so it's hard to adjust. When Bo Pelini came in 03, what he did with the smaller guys rushing on the outside, what he did with the matchup defense in the secondary, it kind of threw people for a loop. It did the same thing for a few years in the Big 12. You got to find a guy who can do that for you, who can make the other team have to prepare so much for what you do that they're not having enough time to really be better, So bring a guy in who can do that. And I don't know what the system is that does that, but it's got to be one of those guys.
It is a Michael Severe Monday. Michael, thanks again. Appreciate it. We're now in December. You should be as happy as a clam. I know you were probably crying today when the sun came out for that 15 minutes. But
I got a skylight
all weekend.
I got a skylight right over my head in my office. And as soon as that skylight and the sun, it drives me nuts. But because the snow was on the skylight, it kind of kept that light out a little bit. So that wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad. I enjoy it. I like the cold. I enjoy the snow. It's very awesome. I'm gonna miss football though. I'm gonna miss. You guys can make fun of the sport all you want, and I hear you doing it and complaining. No. John can make fun of the. You do occasionally, Josh. You kind of disparage the sport too at times.
But I love it.
But I know this. At the end of the day on Saturday night, and I was preparing for Hawaii game to come on. I was saying to myself, I'm gonna miss this. I'm gonna miss the hell out of this. The regular season is
you
the
can
playoffs
miss something and still acknowledge that the people who run it are dumber than a box of rocks.
Well, I don't care. I really don't. I don't know what day this is for you, but I don't care. I just really don't. What day I don't care is. But but you can't enjoy it though. Listen, everybody who was at the end of the season, I'm never gonna follow Nebraska games. I'm never gonna listen, man. This is a precious commodity that we have. You get 12 of these. Hopefully you get 13. Maybe you're great and you get 16. Oh my God. But for the most part, you get 12 of these. Cherish them, love them, hold them like a baby. Hold them just tight like a baby. That's what you gotta do.
I was doing. I was hugging my radio as I was driving home going, oh boy, oh crap. Iowa just scored again.
Don't yell at the baby, John.
I wasn't yelling at the baby.
Don't yell. Yeah, you're yelling at football. You yell at the baby. You'll be like that jerk who listens to your show to criticize people.
Dumb. I just need less dumb. And I mean my quarterback to stop turning the ball over after he didn't turn it over for 10 weeks.
That's
what this is about.
This is all about the Rams. It's all about the Rams. Oh, Carolina Panthers got you too. How about that? The Saints beat the Carolina Panthers. The Saints, arguably the worst team in football, beat the Panthers, and the Rams, the best team in football, lost to the Panthers. How about that?
It's a great
sport. It's a great sport.
Great.
Panthers
are awesome sport. I ain't gonna watch it tonight. Of course, I don't want to watch that Giants.
I think it could be a close. What do you mean? Giants playing fun games every week. They play super fun, exciting games.
Fun games.
They do, and I believe they're getting their starter back, right?
Are they?
I believe so.
Bill Sims is back. All right.
That's funny.
How about the Panthers? They have the Rams, they have the Packers, they have the Cowboys. They beat all three of those teams this year.
And they lost to the Saints. It's great. But how great were the Jets yesterday? Now the Saints are in the 2 spot, baby. The 2 spot.
And how about McMaster's Bears, the 1 seed in the National Football Conference?
Again, this is why we need to cancel this sport. That is fraud if I've ever seen. I've never seen
what? The Bears?
In my
the Bears are, John, you bet. Listen, I think the Packers are going to have everything in the Bears stuff they haven't seen next week. I really believe that. But the Bears have a huge horseshoe so lodged up their ass right now that I don't know if anybody can get it out.
It's going to make a big old clunking sound.
I'm sure it will.
And that's when the double doink happens. Good night, everybody.
That happens in the division round of the playoffs. We've seen it before.
Oh, yeah.
That happens.
All right, Michael, have a good one. Thanks.
Bye, Michael.
Later, guys.
We'll be back. We've got some content coming up here on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Hey, by the way, real quick, Michael was asking, what was that?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Michael was asking about the BCS ranking and if we had that. So it is out. BCS know-how. Ohio State 1, Indiana 2. He brought up Texas, so I'll just skip ahead to them. They are 15th in the aggregate. Miami is 13th in the aggregate. Ole Miss, number 5. So the highest team.
Where's Notre Dame?
Notre Dame, number 10. Notre Dame, number 10. And the highest ACC team is Miami, but of course they're not playing in a conference championship. There is Virginia does not show up in the top 20, and neither does Duke, obviously.
Let's go, Duke.
North Texas is at 20, and so they would be the first G5 representative. So there you go.
Nice. Content. With all the talk of Lane Kiffin not getting to coach Ole Miss Rebels in the playoffs, comes word that John Summerall, the new Florida head coach, will stay to finish the ride he started with Tulane if the Green Wave make the CFP. Is this a mistake by Tulane and or Florida?
The situations are a little bit different in that he's certainly not moving to a rival school of Tulane. But as Michael pointed out, man, that January date's coming closer. Not that Tulane's probably going to still be playing
Bingo
when the transfer portal is open. But if you're in the dance, you got to be all in as if you're going to be there for a while. So it is interesting that they're allowing this to happen. But I think it's also from a PR perspective because a lot of people were turned off by this whole notion that Lane Kiffin should be allowed to coach his team. And I think some of this, too, might be the fact that, it's just little old Tulane. They don't matter. They don't matter nothing. We'll be all right without you.
Gumble. Yeah, it's funny. I don't have an issue with this, and this is perhaps, John, the double standard of one's a G5 and one's not. And so I don't think they're going to win. Might as well let him coach it out. His season will be over in 3 weeks, and then he can move on to the Florida job. I do think it can be like a win-win for both sides. Except for his sleep schedule. It will be a lose for his sleep schedule over the next few weeks.
Maybe you could call Scott Frost for advice.
I don't know if I'd take Scott Frost's advice. He's aging very fast.
He's gotten into an aging machine, Nick.
Many people on many
life.
Many people on many sides are saying that 12-0 Ohio State, 12-0 Indiana, 11-1 Georgia, 11-1 Texas Tech, 11-1 Texas A&M, 11-1 Oregon, 11-1 Ole Miss, and 10-2 Oklahoma have all but locked up CFP spots. Would you agree, or could you see one of these teams missing out?
I think that those are locks for sure. That's 8 teams, by the way, for those who are wondering. So that means that you have 2 other spots guaranteed, the next highest ranked conference champions, and then you got some wild card spots. One of the teams, John, that is notably not on here that I find interesting is Alabama. There is a thought that if Alabama loses, and depending on what happens in all these other conferences, that they could end up getting boxed out because by that point they would be a 3-loss team, and they're already low enough. That said, I think Alabama will ultimately make it in. But yeah, I think that these 8 teams get to go into Selection Sunday without a worry in the world. They're just wondering, when are we playing? Where are we playing?
And it's going to continue to perpetuate the idea that conference championship games have lost all meaning whatsoever. If Alabama does lose and gets knocked out, then it'll be like, oh, well, we shouldn't have played in this anything. Because if you're Oklahoma right now and you're Ole Miss, you're A&M, you're like, good. A, I don't have to play another game, and B, I don't have to damage my resume. I know my
Wait,
spot
John, you
is
just
in the
said that it
playoff.
would prove that conference championship games don't matter. They would matter if Alabama loses and don't make the playoff. That would mean that it does matter for them.
Well, it doesn't matter in the sense of you want to be there, right?
Oh, I see
Because if
what
you're
you mean.
Alabama, you don't want to be there. Would Alabama rather be in the spot that, Ole Miss is in right now? Or maybe Oklahoma's a better example because they have the same number of losses. Absolutely. If Alabama and Oklahoma, if you just flip those two, Alabama would be like, absolutely, all day, every day. I don't have to play in a conference championship game, and I know that my spot is guaranteed. It's going to be a very interesting next couple of weeks for the committee. It's interesting, though, that Notre Dame also won this weekend, also got to 10-2. They're only one spot behind Oklahoma, but yet no one is willing to lock them in yet.
Are you?
I don't know.
I'm definitely not. I wouldn't lock him in for anything right now.
Yeah.
I still think that there's a chance that Miami's going to jump him.
It's because they deserve it.
It's crazy because they'd have to jump 3 spots without playing a game. Committees put themselves in a bad spot.
That's why doing this thing weekly is stupid.
It's almost like it shouldn't be decided by a committee, and maybe they should just, let people play.
Use computers?
I'm saying just let people play.
Okay.
Speaking of CFP, it's almost everybody's favorite time of the week. What part of the rankings most intrigue you for tomorrow night?
Well, it's if they do anything different with Miami and Notre Dame, if they move Miami a little bit closer for whatever reason.
And Texas, right? It's those two things in Texas.
It is, but I've said I don't think Texas is getting in. There's just too much of a log.
Yeah, now they didn't get any help. It is nuts how very little movement we ended up seeing in the top of the sport. We had such a first 5-6 weeks where there were upsets galore week after week. And at the end of the season, it got very chalky. I mean, I know A&M lost, but was anyone really that shocked that A&M went down in a rivalry game to Texas? Otherwise, everyone took care of business. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, Texas Tech, Oregon, Ole Miss, Oklahoma. Everybody took care of business over the course of the last few weeks. And thus, as John just mentioned, it is a massive logjam for those final couple of spots.
Pat Fitzgerald is back.
Folks,
the formerly disgraced Northwestern coach is now taking the reins in East Lansing. Was this a smart move by Michigan State, or is it too soon for Mr. Shrek, a.k.a. Mr. Car Wash, a.k.a. Coach Boyfriend, to return to the Big Ten?
I think it's a smart move to move on from Jonathan Smith. I don't know. I mean, I on one hand, I think that Pat Fitzgerald did a pretty good job at a school that usually is not really that good at football. On the other hand, things came down to such a crashing end, and that's not even talking about the off-the-field stuff, but that team stunk at the end of his time there. His last win was against Nebraska in a 1-11 season.
Yeah.
Like, they completely fell apart. And so I said it to Michael John in the last segment. The argument I would make if I'm Michigan State and if I'm Pat Fitzgerald is, at the end of my time in Northwestern, we did not adapt to NIL because I was at a school that didn't know how. We will do that better. That said, he's always been a curmudgeon about the new age tomfoolery of college football. So I'm going to say this is not going to work out as well as anybody there hopes because of those reasons and more.
I would have preferred, if I'm Michigan State or a program in that stratosphere, to see Pat Fitzgerald and how he responds to the modern game by, maybe at a G5, maybe somewhere else. But he has not coached in this iteration of college football. And, yeah, some of that old school toughness, I don't question any of that. But how is he going to handle NIL? How is he going to handle transfer portal? We don't know. I would have preferred to see him get back in the game in a less high-profile position than this one. I feel like it's a move to get headlines because Pat Fitzgerald's a known name. I don't know if it's a smart move in terms of is he ready for this type of college football.
Too often we get to the Monday after Thanksgiving and don't spend any time discussing all the great football we saw on America's
skip
Best
all these
Holiday.
questions and this is garbage. Why are you indulging this doofus?
Nick wrote this question, John. I don't know what you're talking about.
There were some
He skipped many others.
interesting results in the NFL. People forget. Is there anything you would like to say about any of those games on Thanksgiving?
I had a great time on Thanksgiving. Nick, thank you for asking. What a great friend
Why
you
do you
are.
indulge his cowboy fan derangement syndrome, Nick? You're enabling him.
2-0 against the Super Bowl participants from last year over the course of 5 days.
Nice.
And not even 5 business days, just 5 days straight
5
up.
actual days.
One was a Sunday, one was a holiday. What a great time it was watching Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs go down, the playoff hopes crashing around them.
And that's why I asked the question.
Suck on that, Chiefs. Suck on that, Chiefs. John,
you're washed.
now see, here's the issue, John. The Sunday before, Dallas like I told you they could, gave you help. They said, hey, Rams, you want to be the 1 seed? And the Rams were like, we would love it. Thank you, Josh's Cowboys. But then you lost to the Panthers like a bunch of schmucks.
Who loses to the Panthers?
Good
Here we
teams.
go.
Good
Cowboy
teams.
fan derangement syndrome. It kicks in again.
Wait, so when I say
December is here.
Facts. John,
Here comes the
John
lunacy.
really hates facts. Facts don't care about your feelings, John. The Cowboys beat the Eagles. The
Yeah,
Cowboys beat
fact,
the Chiefs.
You're a lunatic.
The Rams
You get
beat
it.
the
I understand.
Panthers.
You're deranged.
Me naming things that happened, John.
By the
I don't
way,
like
Eagles
these.
bad. Holy cow, they are not good.
They're still in the playoffs right now, John. They might be good. It's a you should be prideful for beating the Eagles, in my opinion.
We'll finish up on this. Nebraska volleyball lost 1 set throughout all of Big Ten play. With up to 6 matches remaining in their season, how many sets will they drop before 2025 comes to a close?
Well, they won't probably drop one this weekend.
Nope.
I'm going to say 4.
4. I will say 2. They will drop a set in the Final Four match and then a set in the championship game.
I'll say 3.
You'll say 3. Now, will
All
they all
right,
come
2,
in one
3,
match?
and 4.
We all agree they're winning the Natty?
More than likely.
You know what? Yeah, put it on the list.
That they will win the Natty?
Yeah.
I'm not going to put that on the list. They're undefeated. They should win the Natty.
They should.
Yeah.
But.
No, it's a list item if you say they won't win the Natty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Now the Chiefs fans have showed up after talking all their junk all year, their bull junk. So jealous of the Chiefs' success. Crab in a bucket syndrome, says Sad Husker fan. No, it's just commenting on a team essentially eliminating you from the playoffs.
What's crab in a bucket?
I don't know. See, this is so weird.
Why are you putting crabs in
a month
buckets?
ago was we're still great. You guys are doubting us. Now it's you just wish that you had the previous years. Yes, of course. Who wouldn't want what the Chiefs have had the last few years?
Yeah.
Everybody. It sounds awesome.
Yeah,
But now
Jimmy
it's time
writes,
for them to suck.
Chiefs fans here. We're done. Exactly.
By the way, that game last night. What was up with the over pronunciation of Marcus Mariota? Mariota. What was that about?
I don't know. I saw a video of Collinsworth when he was in Cincinnati doing an ad for like a local, like a Mexican dish, and the way
Oh
he
yeah,
says
we've played these before.
some of the words in there, maybe he just struggles.
Just a reminder. 'cause
Mariota.
Last
Mariota.
night,
I thought maybe he'd had another change of heart in terms of what his name is pronounced. I started calling him Sal. I was like, I'm not just going to call him Sal.
We had the volume turned down, and so I saw these tweets. I'm like, what is going on? And so I turned it up, and I was like, what is that?
just another reminder that I listened to the game last night on 1620 The Zone. Our friends at Westwood One know how to pronounce his name.
That is awesome.
By the way, that's what I did for the Michigan-Ohio State game. I synced up my Ohio State radio broadcast.
But then you didn't get to hear Gus Johnson.
It was
Chicago.
It was nice. And Michigan lost, which is always good.
Sad. You know what else is nice though, John?
Dinner.
Yep.
1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Tonight it looks like pigs in a blanket.
Yum.
Little hot dogs wrapped in the
blanket.
Call that the croissant.
Croissant.
I love
croissant. Yeah, with
Yum.
some French fries and some onion rings.
Ooh, buffalo sauce.
Well, we have Frank's Red Hot. Does that count?
Yeah.
Isn't that part of buffalo?
That's
sauce?
how I make my buffalo sauce.
Yeah. Sometimes just good old fashioned ketchup, spicy ketchup is good. I mean, that's a good idea. I put a little hot Frank's hot sauce in my ketchup.
We're having something tonight that she is calling open face meatball sandwiches on garlic bread. She saw a video,
So
and
you're
it
just
looks
putting
amazing.
meatballs on garlic bread.
Okay, Nick, when you describe anything that way, it sounds
That's
dumb.
what it is.
Why are you a jerk?
I just think the concept of open face sandwiches are dumb.
Why does it trigger you?
Because it's not a sandwich if it doesn't have another thing on top. It's not sandwich.
That's why it's called an open face.
It's a bah!
I can't wait to eat it. It looks great.
I'm sure it'll be good. It just shouldn't be a sandwich.
Can't believe you're saying this about my wife's cooking.
I'm sure it'll be good. I just don't
Yeah,
believe
because
it should be a
Josh's wife
sandwich.
invented the open face sandwich.
Yeah, Nick, don't be mad at her. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I do hate the game. I don't hate the player
What
at
are you
all.
eating tonight? Poop?
Fiance's under the weather, so I'm going to pick us up some soup.
Bummer that she's under the weather.
Yeah, I'll find some good soup.
And the soup.
Soup's good.
I do
Soup
like
is
soup.
good.
I just don't want tomato
We had soup last night.
Ass.
It was very good.
Ass.
Maybe the soup thinks you're ass.
Your ass.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.